Good morning. I will call the meeting to order. Good morning and welcome to the July 23rd, 2025 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and the City Administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video, camera, and microphone are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raise the hand function to be placed into a speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. The deadline to register as a delegation for reports recommended for consideration by City Council at its meeting scheduled for July 30th is 12 o'clock noon on Monday, June 28th. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? Add the registered list of delegations. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Flores. Okay. Can I have someone to move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on June 18th, 2025. Can I have a mover, please? Oh. So what? I'm sorry. Is anyone opposed to the moving of the agenda? No. Okay. That's carried. Okay. Okay. Can I have someone move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on June 18th, 2025. Councillor Bizo. Any errors or omissions? No. I will call the question. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Administration reports. To start up, we will call the delegations related to EX 2565. I would like to call upon delegation Raynell Fisher. Good morning and thank you for being here. I would like to please introduce yourself for the record you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. And then you have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, and after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. I'll be timing you here with the 5 minutes, and I can give you a minute and 30 seconds warning when you get close.
Perfect, thank you. I have a brief statement. My name is Raynell Fisher. I'm speaking on behalf of the Regina Hotel Association. I'm a resident here in Regina. On behalf of the Regina Hotel Association, I'm here to express our strong support for the city's investment in the 2028 Can-Am Police and Fire Games. This event will bring between 600 to 1,000 athletes to Regina, along with their families and supporters, resulting in a minimum of 3,850 hotel room nights and nearly $500,000 in direct hotel revenue. These games are a proven driver of tourism, and the impact extends beyond hotels. Local pubs, restaurants, and event venues will benefit, and also provides international exposure for Regina and reinforces our city's reputation as a welcoming host for major events. Our hotel members are proud to support this opportunity by committing up to $105,000. We believe this is a high impact investment and supports our industry, positions Regina as a premier event destination, and showcases the hospitality we're known for. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Your presentation. Do any of the members have questions for the delegation? Okay, well, seeing none, I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now consider item EX 2565, 2028 Can-Am Police Fire Games. City Manager Jennifer Johnson, please introduce the report.
There we go. Thank you, and through the chair. First, I would like to recognize the board members who are here in attendance for the Regina Can-Am Police Fire Games, the local committee. So we have Tim Seiferling, Superintendent with RPS. We have Fire Chief Lane Jackson, and we have Rob Cameron, Chief Marshal, and as you met, Raynell Fisher already with the RHA. Administration is recommending approval of $200,000 from the Events, Conventions, and Trade Show Reserve Fund to support the operation of the 2028 Can-Am Police Fire Games. The Events, Conventions, and Trade Show, we call it the ECT policy, was considered and approved in 2020. Council also approved in principle an annual budget of $375,000. Regina is developing a strong reputation as a multi-sport games host. The city has successfully hosted prominent national and international events such as the Junos in 2013, the LPGA CP Women's Open in 2018, the NHL Heritage Classic in 2019, the Grey Cup in 2022, and the Brier in 2024. Events, conventions, and trade shows boost the visitor economy through domestic and international visitation, such as transport, hotels, retail, and restaurants. It supports small businesses, enables knowledge sharing, and they provide a platform for international trade and investment. The event impact summary completed by Tourism Saskatchewan for hosting the 2028 Can-Am Police Fire Games estimated there could be up to a $20 million boost to the local economy during the event. The games are expected to attract, as Raynell mentioned, over 700 participants who will travel to Regina from across North America. Many will travel with their family and friends and hotel room nights. The mission of the Can-Am Police Fire Games is to promote physical fitness and camaraderie between law enforcement, fire, emergency, and protective service personnel and their agencies. Under the ECT policy, it is required that Council provide final approval of any ECT investments valued over $50,000. At the conclusion of 2024, the ECT Reserve Fund ending balance was just over $555,000. I'm now happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Fro? Any questions from members on the report? I have Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thanks for your presentation, Jennifer. Thanks for the delegates that are coming today. I trust you'll all be competing. So my question is more so around how we prioritize and ascertain what events, conventions, and trade shows we fund, and the mechanism for how we do that and how that aligns with our strategic intent. So sounds like a great event. Jennifer, I wonder if you can give us some context on the use of public dollars for an event that we're trying to win, as in we're supporting the bid, whether that be through sponsorship or revenue guarantees, versus an event already won. Perhaps that's around activation and ensuring folks have a good experience. And which one is this for me? So I'm looking for some clarity here. Have we won this event? And if so, I'm wondering why it would require public dollars. Or have we won this event along with our partners contingent upon some dollars being there from various partners as outlined in your report?
Thank you, and through the chair. Yes, all the dollars from the ECT fund are used towards bidding on and winning events. And so when we put together a bid, we work with, first of all, Tourism Saskatchewan and the Regina Hotel Association primarily, and determine what funding levels are required to support to win an event for Regina. And then we work together on the bid along with the local organization who will be leading the bid process. So that's, and then we run it through an evaluation matrix. We determine the benefit to the community, both economic, but also other benefits like volunteer involvement, the sort of public impact, any legacy items, and then determine a funding amount and put it forward. You asked specifically about if the dollars are used to win it. So in this case, yes, and in all of the cases, the other reports that you'll see today, same thing, yes. But many of those conversations happen in private in advance, because if we announce our bid amounts before winning, then other cities can outbid us and potentially win it that way.
So I thank you, through the chair. That's important context for those that might be wondering why we're allocating fairly material amounts for an event already won, is that those amounts were negotiated as part of a bid for good reason. They couldn't be mentioned publicly. I'm wondering, I guess my final question would be more so, when we look at the gearing ratio in terms of our dollars and how that leverages other dollars, there's lots of really important reason to support events and conventions. We see very little benefit as a municipal corporation from those dollars, because we don't collect liquor tax or PSD or GST, but we want to support our hoteliers and our businesses and our community. Can you tell me what you look for in terms of what we put in terms of dollars versus what you look to see from the RHA, Tourism Saskatchewan, and ideally, particularly, sponsors in the community, local champions that have a core invested interest in an event coming to our community? Just wondering, where does our investment rank? What do you want to see versus other levels of government that do see the dollars and cents from that economic impact return?
Thank you. Through the chair, we work closely together with those two partners, as you mentioned, and determine collectively, we have a monthly bid meeting on what will be of a benefit to Regina. And then from the City of Regina and Tourism Regina specifically, we run it through an evaluation matrix. So we look at the economic impact here. And so as mentioned, both hotel nights, but also local transport, potential flights that will be filled coming here, restaurants, how many day long the event is, because that's more meals in restaurants, more support to local businesses, more potential local shopping, even those visitors visiting local attractions like the Royal Saskatchewan Museum or the Science Center. We also, through our evaluation matrix, there's items like legacy. So infrastructure investments, different bids, different events sometimes have some of those components. We look at HR and capacity building, how many volunteers might have the opportunity to participate in the event. We look at image and pride. How well known is this event? How much public exposure will Regina get beyond just Regina? And that's particularly important from a tourism perspective, because that helps attract other tourists beyond the event itself. Also, the amount of participants at the event itself can turn into leisure tourists into the future. If they come here, they compete, they have an amazing experience, we hope that they consider coming back. And then we look at community engagement, and we look at the potential for spectators. So that improves quality of life for local residents if they have the opportunity to go watch a sporting event that they're really interested in. So those are the main aspects that we consider from a City of Regina, Tourism Regina perspective, and then that's how we evaluate.
That's great. So just again, the last question though, we're in for $200,000 if it passes. Tourism Saskatchewan, provincial government, is in for $320,000. That level of government receives most of the dollars and cents by way of economic impact that returns to their coffers. Are you comfortable that our $200,000, based upon how you sort of adjudicate these, that expense is in line with what you like to see from other levels of government and sponsors, from your perspective?
Yes, from my perspective, very comfortable. And this is also similar to what other cities or municipalities have contributed to bid on and win this type of games.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have Councillor Rasevich.
That's new. So I was just kind of wondering, how much money do we put that in? How much money goes into that annually, I guess, through tax, through property taxes or tax dollars?
You bet. So thank you through the chair. As mentioned in my opening remarks, because I knew it would be new to you, this is the first time we've brought reports on ECT here. So it was a policy that was approved in 2020. Council approved in principle an annual budget of $375,000 into that. And then there's a reserve fund as well. So anything that isn't spent in that year of the $375,000 goes into the reserve fund. And at the conclusion of 2024, the reserve fund is quite healthy. There's just over $555,000 in that reserve fund. And okay. ECT stands for Events, Conventions, and Trade Shows.
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess, if depending on how many events we bid on, or we win or we lose, we could end up having a larger reserve amount in there, and we don't have to allocate as much money into this ECT in the future, potentially, right? I would assume.
Thank you. And through the chair, that is one possibility. The other possibility is that we bid on and win so many events that we actually request more funding into that fund.
Yeah.
Either is possible, but right now I would say working with our partners, we are
Okay.
bidding on a lot of events and we're developing a really great reputation, like I said, as a multi-games sport host. And so we've been successful
Okay.
in a number of bids.
Okay, so how much was it again annually we're putting in there?
375,000.
Okay.
And out of that 375,000, through the chair, 50,000 is committed already to Canadian Western Agribition annually.
Okay.
So there's 325,000
Yeah.
available.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Zakiniak?
Hi. First I wanted to ask about the plans to replenish the events, conventions, and trade show reserve fund, which, as indicated in the report, if everything goes ahead, then there will be 130,375 at the end of this year. So I guess, first of all, that's great news that there's so many opportunities. And so the question, because that puts our reserve at, I don't know if it has a recommended minimum and maximum. I guess that's part of my question too. But any thoughts on how to replenish that reserve?
Thank you. And through the chair, the annual allocation of $375,000 historically hasn't been fully expended annually. And so there is a good likelihood of next year, some of that funding allocation going into the reserve fund. But beyond that, there isn't a long-term plan to replenish it. We are hoping to bid on and win as many events as possible because that is really good for the local economy. And so we would come back here and have another conversation if in fact it was fully expended into the future.
Okay, and so, I do understand that historically, if it's not spent each year, it goes into the reserve, which makes sense. But also indicated in the report is, or maybe that's the future report. We'll talk about that. So the 200,000, it sounds like that was outlined as the potential city's contribution. That's why 200,000 is suggested, and that's why it states that it would harm the city's reputation. Is that accurate? If we didn't approve?
Thank you. Through the chair, sorry, what was the very last part of that question? You just cut out sort of.
So it's just, I guess, the 200,000, that was part of what was negotiated as the city's potential contribution. Is that accurate? And then if so, I think that explains why in the report it says it would hurt the city's reputation and relationships. Is that because that's what was negotiated? Through the chair.
Thank you. Yes, through the chair, $200,000. That is accurate. That is what was proposed and written into the bid was that we would seek approval for that funding amount if we were successful in the bid. And so, yes, if we were to propose a lower amount.
Do you think there's...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Do you think there's any merit then to having the approval from council prior to the negotiation so that you can be certain that you're negotiating an amount that council won't then, that there's not a risk that council then turns around and does not approve that amount?
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Fro asked something similar. On one hand, that would reduce our risk in not being approved for the funding amount. However, the risk that we would run into, which is a more significant risk, is that that amount then would be discussed and debated publicly, and other cities would be able to watch that and outbid us whether it's publicly or privately. So we'd be essentially discussing competitive information publicly and losing our competitive advantage.
Okay. And so it is the case that should this go ahead, we have no money left in the fund this year, and then minimal in the reserve. So how does that impact the plans for the rest of the year? Do we anticipate anything else coming forward?
Thank you, and through the chair, we have done the math both on the annual allocation and the reserve fund, and we do have a number of events that we have bid on, some that we're waiting to hear back on. However, we are comfortable that the balances both in the annual fund and the reserve fund have enough to fulfill any commitments that we have currently in discussion or outstanding.
Okay. And I believe my last question is in terms of the event evaluation framework that is utilized to evaluate opportunities, could that be shared for council's information in the future with these requests?
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't see why not. I don't know what has been done historically because this ECT reserve fund or this ECT policy came into the tourism branch just at the start of 2025, but I don't see any reason that we couldn't.
Sorry, I'm having a bit of a hard time hearing you. I think you said, I don't see why not. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yes, I said more words than that, but that is the essential gist of it.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Rasevich?
Just through the chair, just kind of wondering, what's the money getting used for specifically? What is it kind of getting used for, the 200,000? And then I guess my other question would be, is there any possible recovery for the city? Like, just like Councillor Fro was mentioning, you know, the province, you know, or they can recover money through GST and other, you know, things like that. And I wonder if there's anything where the city could recover any of that kind of money and what it goes to.
Through the chair, the money goes to the operations of the games. So to organize and host a significant event like this, there are some staffing requirements. There's also venue rentals. Some of this funding could be used for even city services, but what we do is we grant it from the ECT fund, and then the Games Committee can use that if they want to request bagging parking meters, for example, facility rentals. The operating budget for games like this is significant, and so ours is just a portion of that funding. I will note that on this one specifically, there's a number of agencies who are participating, some who are here today, who have also contributed in-kind services, so they'll be providing whether it's a part-time staff member or, you know, some part-time support on this leading up to it. So that's what the funding is used for. And in terms of recouping it, these games and many of the events we bid on are not-for-profit. So they are asking for funding that is fully used to just operate and run their event.
Yeah, okay. No, I just, because you mentioned, you know, we could bring in 20 million to the city. You know, that's a pretty significant amount of dollars for sure for the city in general, right? So I just wonder, I guess just thinking, yeah, out of 20 million, you know, to recover a little bit of money back to the city somehow could be a good thing.
Thanks. So through the chair, that's in economic impact though.
Yeah,
so what that is, you know, them spending money in hotels.
Yep.
And so
I get it.
Okay.
It benefits
the community.
The larger community. I get that for sure. But just thinking, is there a possible way for the city to recover some of that? That way it doesn't all come from the taxpayer's pocket. Anyways, just a comment. Thank you.
Okay, I'll ask some questions now. So in this report and previous reports, asking for funding for special events, there were sections saying accessibility and Indigenous impact. And in this request, that isn't there. But when we are providing large number of funds, what are we doing to make sure that accessibility needs are being met in these events, such as ramps to stage, making sure there's accessible parking, and making sure our Indigenous impact and things are there, because that is missing on this report. Will this event go through that matrix? Will the event planning be done with impact with that when we are giving such significant funding?
Thank you, through the chair. So we do consider those items in events that are being brought to the city. In this case, well, in most of the events that we bid on, so we're bidding on an event that has their own framework and their own way of operating or delivering the games. However, we have the opportunity, even though it isn't in this report, to now bring forward those suggestions as we organize the games for 2028. I would say that hasn't been discussed fully yet, because we have just begun discussing how to host and operate the games here. But this is a great opportunity for me to take that back to the board of directors and suggest some of that.
Is it possible to ask to get a commitment that games like this and stuff do go through maybe the accessibility committee to make sure that things are accessible? This past year in particular, accessibility cuts have been made to the Queen's City exhibition. Canada Day didn't have accessibility parking, and it's really become very important that when we are giving funding to events, that our strategic priorities are being reflected in our taxpayers' dollars and goes to everybody. And in the past month and a half, there have been cuts to accessibility in events rather than more inclusions. So it is very important, and I'm asking administration to include that in all of our requests.
Thank you, through the chair. We can consider that, take it away, and see if we can add that to our evaluation matrix or see where it fits within our consideration of events.
Okay, I understand that you're going to take that on, so I'm not going to formally put it, but thank you for realizing that. Is there any further questions? If not, I will go to Councillor Fro to close the motion.
Further to add?
I ask the clerk to start the vote, and we will need the verbal vote from Mayor Berczynski and Councillor Zakiniak and Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
In favor.
In favor.
In favor?
No, I do it. Sorry, just 1 minute here.
Through you, Chair, the motion carries in a vote of 10 all in favor. Councillor Burton is temporarily absent from the meeting.
Thank you very much. Next up, we will discuss EX 2566. So we do have a delegation related to this, and I would like to call upon Delegation Dennis Simard. And he's remote, so we're just going to let him in. Can you hear us, Dennis?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for being here. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, and after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members have for you. I'm going to start a 5-minute timer when you start talking, and I will let you know when you have a minute left and 30 seconds left. So go ahead when you're ready.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, committee members. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. My name is Dennis Samard. I'm the president of the Assemblée Communautaire Françaiscoise. I am a resident of Regina. I just happen to be away right now with my little one. She's looking at me, looking forward to going out and having some fun today. I want to take this moment and thank you all for your consideration for the funding request submitted to the City of Regina with the strong support from your team from Tourism Regina to host les Jeux de la Francophonie Canadienne right here in Regina in July 2028. Just last week, myself and a team had the honor of attending the 2025 edition of the Games in Laval, Quebec. It was truly inspiring experience, and Saskatchewan was represented in force with 121 youth participants. Not only did they perform with pride and passion, but our province won one of the 3 major national awards, Most Improved Delegation, so congratulations for them. A powerful moment of pride for all of us. Our team was able to shadow the organizers in Laval for the entire week, learning directly from their experience to help us deliver successful, professional, and forgettable games here in Regina. The games, for those of you who read the report, you've noticed that there's 1,200 participants who come from across Canada that will be coming to Regina, where we'll be able to showcase not only Regina's commitment to youth, culture, sport, and inclusion, but this is more than an event. It's a legacy opportunity. As one of the first national events of this type being provided for Francophones across Canada and our city, it's also an opportunity for us to showcase not only our cultural diversity, our linguistic diversity, but our ability to show up when it matters for all types of individuals in our community. We're so proud to say that at events like Jeux Canada Games and others, we've been able to get hundreds and hundreds of bilingual volunteers to show up to be able to do these types of events, and we'll be counting on those volunteers here again, where we'll be looking from somewhere to 350 to 500 volunteers who have bilingual capacity to be able to show up for these 1,200 participants. These participants are aged 14 to 18 from across our country, and we're looking so forward to this, and we're so thankful for this commitment that you're going to be making today. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for recognizing the transformative potential of this investment, and together we'll make Regina 2028 something pretty extraordinary. I remain available for any questions.
Thank you, merci. So do any of the members have questions for this delegation? Seeing none, thank you so much for addressing us. I ask that you please disconnect from this meeting.
Thank you so much.
We will now consider item EX 2566, Jeux de la Francophonie Canadienne. I do not speak French. 2028 National Francophone Youth Games. Can I have Deputy City Manager Jennifer Johnson please introduce the report?
Thank you, and through the chair. Administration is recommending approval of up to $150,000 from the Events, Conventions, and Trade Shows Annual Fund over the course of 2027 and 2028 to support the operation of Jeux de la Francophonie Canadienne Games. Under the ECT policy, it is required that Council provide final approval of any investments over $50,000. The event impact summary completed by Tourism Saskatchewan for hosting the Games estimates there will be a $14 million boost to the local economy during this event. Les Jeux de la Francophonie Canadienne are held every 3 years and are among the largest gathering of Canada's French-speaking youth. Regina has never hosted these games before. The games are expected to attract more than 1,200 participants who will travel to Regina from across Canada. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, oh, can I get someone to move the report? So Councillor Fro, would you like to speak to the report? Okay. Any questions? Oh, there we go. Got Councillor Tickler. Siklis.
Good morning, thank you, and through you, Chair. Hey, Jennifer. You provided some data there that isn't in the report. Why is that? The economic impact and number of people participating. Am I reading the wrong report?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm now looking at the report that I reviewed more than once. That information was provided, I can say, to us for the evaluation matrix in advance of evaluating. So I'm not sure why it's not in there. If it's not, I apologize. But if there's anything you're wondering about specifically, I could try to answer it.
Just repeat those numbers, number of participants and expected economic spin-off.
Sure. Through the chair, the event impact summary that we do in conjunction with Tourism Saskatchewan estimated a $14 million boost to the local economy. So $14 million economic impact. The games are expected to attract more than 1,200 participants. That's 1,200 participants, so they may travel with friends and family, primarily family, so more attendees than that throughout the games. I think those were the two key stats.
My colleague next to me says he found the numbers. Are they in an appendix? Oh, there it is. 14.3. Apologies, I didn't catch that. Thank you for that information. So, just some quick math here. So are 1,200 participants going to be spending almost $12,000 each? How do you come up with 14 million?
Thank you, through the chair. So as mentioned, 1,200 participants, however, many of them will travel with family, so there will be more attendees than that. There's also local spectators or local-ish, so throughout Saskatchewan that may come to spectate. And then multi-days, so multi-day event results in multiple days of spend. We run it all through, just to provide perhaps a bit more context, an evaluation matrix with Tourism Saskatchewan, and there's a number of inputs. So everything from hotel nights, number of days, number of participants, number of expected other travelers to join, potential for longer stay, a number of inputs.
Thank you for that. May I make a suggestion that this seems to, the ECT piece is a bit new for us. First time seeing it in public. I'd like more information on it, just to look at the math. So maybe we can take that offline and have a lunch and learn or a more in-depth discussion on that. So I can see how this thing is calculated and the matrix that's used and how we can help you and help the city do even better in the future.
Thanks, through the chair. We also can distribute the policy and the evaluation matrix that was approved through council in 2020 as a backgrounder.
Thank you.
I'll ask a question. So that's the economic impact, but what would be the impact to our local community and culture, to our own Francophone community, to have something for them and to our diversity and culture and bringing our second language as a country to, and recognizing it in our city? What is that impact?
Thank you, and through the chair, I think that impact is significant. As mentioned, Regina's never hosted these games before, and as you heard the delegation speak to, they're very excited. They're working with local community organizations and thrilled to bring this here and to showcase our second language to all of the Francophone youth who will travel here and who are already here for that. As mentioned in the last report, part of our evaluation matrix is about image and pride, and so pride is a little less hard to measure, but I think it's significant and important, and that's why it's part of the evaluation matrix, and this event for sure scored high in that area.
Do we have much information about our Francophone community within Regina, or even our French immersion schools, or even are you partnering with any of our schools with French immersion programs with this it just seems like an opportunity there.
Thanks, through the chair. It absolutely is. The Assemblée communautaire françaiscoise worked with the Government of Saskatchewan, the city, the University of Regina, the Association Jeunesse Françaiscoise, the Assemblée communautaire françaiscoise, the Conseil culturel françaiscois, and the Commission scolaire françaiscois to submit the proposal. So a number of organizations who support the Francophone community and work with the Francophone community were all involved in this bid process.
Thank you so much for pronouncing all those words for me. You're so much. My children are in French immersion, and I think this is very important. Is there any further questions? Councillor Fro, would you like to close debate? Okay, see none, I will call the vote and verbally for the councillors which are not here in person. So I'll need the verbal vote from Mayor Paczynski and Councillor Mancinelli. Oh, and Councillor Zakiniak. Okay, Mayor Paczynski, we haven't heard from you. And then Councillor Zakiniak.
Sorry, are you asking for my vote, Councillor Turnbull? I'm having some audio issues.
Yes, we are.
In favor.
And just the mayor.
In favor. Also, I think a couple of us online are having some audio issues with Teams off and on here, but I'm in favor.
Thank you so much.
Through you, Chair, the motion carries with all members present voting in favor.
We will now consider item EX 2567, Regina Hotel Association, RHA, funding for Tourism Regina. Can I have Deputy City Manager Jennifer Johnson please introduce the report?
Thank you, and through the chair, you may recall we discussed this during budget deliberations. The Regina Hotel Association has committed $250,000 from their destination marketing fee revenue to Tourism Regina. City Council approval is required to complete a contribution agreement and complete the transfer of funds from the RHA to the tourism branch of the city because the amount is over $100,000, which is the city manager limit. The RHA had historically provided funding to Tourism Regina, however, stopped approximately 2 years ago. We have worked closely with the RHA on some shared objectives over the past year, including reaching at least 5 million impressions in markets outside of Regina through targeted marketing campaigns, achieving increased views to our website, providing event servicing for significant events hosted in Regina. Accepting this funding allows Tourism Regina to expand its promotional and event activation efforts. This will help us grow the overall visitor spend in Regina, which I'm happy to report was up in 2024 over 2023 and is already up in the first quarter of 2025 over the first quarter of 2024. I'm very excited about this partnership and happy to answer any questions.
Can I have someone to move this report? Councillor Seacliffe, would you like to say anything?
Two words, thank you. I think Raynell left, though. Can't thank her. Well, if she's listening out there, thank you, Raynell, and thank you, Regina Hotel Association.
Okay, then we've got Councillor Fro.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, we certainly want to state for the record that the Regina Hotels Association is a great partner But I do have some questions on what we're obliged to do with this funding. It looks to me like this funding gets us closer and more aligned to the funding from the RHA before COVID, certainly greater than the 13,000 given during COVID and the 62K several years after. I think though, first through the chair, Jennifer, if you could give some context for us, those of us that are new to this, about how the relationship between the destination marketing organization, which is us, Tourism Regina, and the DMF, which is a voluntary fund collected by the Regina Hotel Association, how that works, because we're very unique in Canada in that we as Tourism Regina don't actually collect and manage the tax that hoteliers levy on their guests, which we use to attract events and to support physical assets that benefit events. So we're quite unique in that respect, and I think it bears an explanation as context, notwithstanding the fact we're grateful for the money, but there's a long-standing partnership in part because we're kind of an anomaly in Canada in terms of how we're structured.
Thank you. Through the chair, you did a great job of explaining the context, actually. We are an anomaly. In most other jurisdictions, the destination marketing organization, like the Tourism Reginas of other locations, collect the destination marketing fee themselves and use that destination marketing fee funding to then fund all of their marketing, event activations, and fund their organizations as a whole. In Regina, the Regina Hotel Association collects the DMF fee through their membership based, so it is not required of all hotels. Hotels can select to become members and then they pay that fee, and then the Regina Hotel Association promotes them on their behalf and works with Tourism Regina to promote them on their behalf. This is a long-standing partnership. The partnership was not in great shape a couple of years ago. However, I made it a priority when I joined the city and took on the Tourism Regina portfolio to reestablish that relationship both with their previous CEO and their current CEO, and we developed these shared objectives together, and I'm quite excited to work with them. I've already had the opportunity to present to them and their board on some of our achievements in the tourism file.
That's great. Well, thank you for your leadership. They have a great board and strong leadership there too. I believe that the fee is 3% in Regina. Given that we have shared objectives, do you have any sense as to what the annual revenue from that 3% is? And what formal role do we have, if any, in determining what the shared priorities in terms of usage and allocation of those dollars are? Notwithstanding your commentary, and just great to hear that.
Thank you. Through the chair, I haven't asked them for what their annual revenue is. I've only participated in conversations with them about what they would be willing to contribute to Tourism Regina and how we could use that funding together to achieve our shared objectives. I would say the most common one for the both of us is increased visitor spend in Regina. So all of our activities that we participate in are focused on increasing that overall visitor spend.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, the RHA has a great track record of attracting events and supporting some of our assets in our community that allow us to host events. How we use those dollars is operational. That's a purview of administration. But performance measures and sort of being contractually tied to things, I think, is it within the purview of council. So given our focus on visitor spend, would you suggest that the usage of those dollars is primarily dedicated to attracting events or ensuring that when people visit our city, they spend more money? And there's a reason behind that question.
Thank you. Through the chair, the dollars from the RHA to Tourism Regina are not used for attracting events. The other two reports that I spoke to about attracting events, we have separate funding for attracting events, conventions, and trade show, and the RHA uses their other fund, like their funding separately to attract. The funding here that we're talking about is to activate those events when they come here. So the RHA doesn't do much to activate events when they're here. That's left to Tourism Regina. So we do everything from providing collateral to guests, working with them to extend their stay, potentially give them reasons to venture out and explore our attractions in town. So anything to do with event activation, and then also marketing the destination. And that's a significant second one. So marketing to people outside of Regina and encouraging them to come to Regina.
Okay, thank you. So do I understand correctly that the RHA dollars that come to the city aren't used to bid on and attract events, that we use our own core funding for that? They certainly use some of their own core funding for that. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so our dollars are predominantly to market our community and ideally to increase visitor spend when we're here. Okay, thanks for that. I think just in closing, I really appreciate the partnership with the RHA. I think it's important for us to acknowledge that we're an anomaly and in some cases convoluted, so thank you for working on that relationship. Thanks to the RHA. I have some concerns about us as the official destination marketing organization being tied very specifically to outcomes. You know, as a city of Regina and one which puts significant dollars into bidding on events that put heads in beds for their members, we need to have a strong relationship. We need to do that work, right? What's good for the hotels and what's good for our tourism community is good for Regina. But I do have some concerns about us being tied so specifically to outcomes as the official destination marketing organization. But that's all I have, and I'll certainly be voting in favor of it. So thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Zakitiak.
Thank you. And so also, I will apologize if any of my questions were already asked. It is the case online. Apparently, I'm not the only one who is having audio issues. Like, it was very difficult to hear most of what was being said. But I see that administration's working on that, so that's good. My first question is, why is the RHA contribution dependent on the city matching this amount? Because, and I guess this is this aligned with what was previously contributed in the past, and did it have that as a stipulation previously as well?
Thank you. Through the chair, as discussed through budget deliberations, the RHA wanted to contribute to Tourism Regina and wanted to show an increase in their contribution to Tourism Regina. However, they felt it was so important to support tourism and tourism marketing and tourism spend that they wanted to see a similar increase from the city. They recognized that when Tourism Regina transitioned into city administration, that it was underfunded compared to other DMOs across the country. And so they wanted to just see that sort of commitment from the city if they were going to make a similar commitment. So that was why they felt that was important. And I'm sorry, what was the second part? Oh, was that historically a requirement? Not that I'm aware of. I don't have copies of all the previous funding agreements, and there hadn't been one in a while, but I'm not sure. And as you will recall, just for context, Tourism Regina was not part of city administration previously, so those agreements would have been with different organizations, whether it was REAL or even EDR. Tourism Regina has bounced around a little bit.
Okay. And so as there's no financial implications to this, I believe it's at least in the report, I don't think it states it black and white, but it sounds like this was already, all of this was part of the budget approval process in 2025. So there's no additional financial implications.
Through the chair, that is correct.
So these performance measurement pieces, who will be provided that information, and will council also be provided the impacts of these targets, measurements, etc.?
Thank you. Through the chair, we developed the objectives together, and many of the objectives are quite similar to what you would have seen in a lunch and learn presentation I did about our Tourism Regina annual report from last year. And that annual report is online, and what we did was expanded on that, and we looked at the objectives and KPIs that Tourism Regina is already reporting on and committed to reporting on going forward, and then we developed action items out of there that we jointly thought were the right action items to take and achievable. And the RHA has been very good to work with. They have asked us in developing these shared objectives to take action to implement and hopefully achieve the objectives, but they are not actually holding us to the achievement or exceeding of those objectives. They just want to see action towards the items that we've agreed to. And like I said, those action items are primarily around marketing. the destination, outside of the destination, and around event activation when events are here.
Okay, and then so I think you mentioned that was currently available online. So will the results be reported in an annual report? Will those come back to council? How will we be, not just us, but whoever else be made aware of how we're doing?
Thanks, through the chair. So the actual agreement itself is not online. That's like a behind the scenes agreement.
Yeah.
But yes, the annual, we did a Tourism Regina annual report. It's currently online. It's a high level annual report that talks about visitor spend, hotel occupancy, how many flights have been filled, and then it has some information as well about our online like website visits, social media impressions, marketing campaign success. We did post an annual report online already for last year, and we will do that again coming up. We plan to do that annually. That annual report, I will say, was, we were quite proud of it, but also it received a lot of media attention and a lot of positive media news stories. So we found good success in doing that and plan to continue to do it.
Okay. And then in Indigenous impact, it says that tourism is going to be working on engaging with Indigenous, I can't read my own writing, let's just say the Indigenous community, I don't know what it says, establishing partnerships, but there's no contribution earmarked towards this work through this funding. And so why not? Like, are we just going to be using our internal resources for that? And would that have been beneficial or to be considered for the future?
Thank you. Through the chair, two-part answer to that. So one, yes, we could use internal resources for that. Two, as the destination marketing organization, we work with businesses to then promote them. And so we have been talking about and working with Tourism Saskatchewan to identify which Indigenous tourism opportunities exist locally and how to continue or start to promote them and do a better job of that. We do have some opportunities that we've got on our list for potential for next year to promote, and so we'll continue to explore those, but we just didn't have something that we could define, and so didn't include it in this contribution agreement.
Okay. And so, on page 4, it says the funding may continue each year and potentially grow. So how does that, I understand, you know, there's these goals that we're working toward, but so what are the next steps in terms of finalizing how this will work moving forward, and like that process?
Thank you. Through the chair, I've committed to present to the board for the RHA twice a year, mid-year as an update, and then at the end of the year to provide a final overview of our achievements for the year and discuss funding for the next year going forward. So at this point, they've indicated that they are supportive of providing ongoing funding, but we're just establishing this agreement right now, and we'll try to establish one for the next year at closer to budget time.
Okay, and I think if it's over $100,000, we're gonna have the same conversation unless we make some changes to how this will work moving forward, including if it were to be like a multi-year process. Like, is all of that to be determined?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, right now I'm just following the protocol that's laid out with the signing authority and delegation of signing authority, and that number is $100,000 for city manager, and so that amount would have to be changed through council in order to delegate authority to whether it was myself or the city manager to accept funding requests of a higher amount.
Okay. That's all I have, so thanks for all your work on this.
Okay, I'm going to ask some questions now. So again, with these impacts, we are missing the accessibility impact statement here. And I think that is very important. And also when I'm talking about these KPIs and our matrices, again, we're missing the cultural impact even. So like we talked about it with the Francophone event, like the impact to our local community and the cultural and accessibility. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I don't want to say it, but I know it's close to 20% of our population does live with disabilities. and making sure these events are inclusive for everybody is super important, especially when we are spending everyone's tax dollars. So what I would like to request is in these KPIs that we include, going back to our strategic priorities as a city as a KPI, because there's the financial KPI, but there's also our community KPIs, and our strategic priorities is our obvious KPI there, and they can change or will change. Do you have any feedback on the accessibility portion of this?
Thank you. Through the chair. First of all, I will loop back to your question previously, and I did get a message from my team. The accessibility is in the evaluation matrix for events, so I confirmed that. So we do evaluate, like that is one of the items that we evaluate on. Now, whether or not, like there's a number of items we evaluate on, but that is in the evaluation matrix. For this agreement specifically, since Tourism Regina has moved into the City of Regina, we follow the City of Regina's accessibility standards. So a lot of this agreement is talking about marketing, for example. So online social media posts, boosted social media, that sort of thing. So we do follow the City of Regina's accessibility standards around legibility, around posts, even things like less emoji use so that it's more accessible to people who are reading it online or on a computer tablet. So there is that. In terms of, like a lot of this is marketing and bringing not local residents like out to events, but bringing visitors to the city. So I think the accessibility impact on local residents isn't tied to this agreement specifically. That's why it wasn't a factor in this report. This is about bringing visitors to Regina.
On that note, visitors across Canada also have disabilities and also have to go places, and it's even more disappointing when you travel to a place and you can't get into an event. That is even, and I have carried wheelchairs upstairs. That is even more disappointing to tourists, and tourists are not limited to able-bodied people. So I don't think whether it's local or national, it becomes any less of a factor. On top of that, it becomes a human rights factor, especially if someone has taken the time and energy to travel somewhere. And it does become a legal issue. Like hotels are required to have accessible hotel rooms and that market. If you were to look at the National Parks of Canada, for example, they are very good at showing what is accessible and is not. So it's not limited to communication. And when we're looking at KPIs, maybe that is something we talk to the accessibility because it's the path of travel. Like, marketing is one thing, but when you get here, can you actually make it through the door? Or is it a ramp to nowhere? Or is there no ramp? Or is there ramps to our stages? Are we assuming that people can't be on stage? And I can say in the past 2 months, myself as a citizen have been extremely disappointed. We're not meeting our own standards. There wasn't accessibility parking at some of our own events, and I was turned away as a member of council because there was nowhere for me to park. So I think it is very important, and it can't be dismissed, and I do think it needs to be a KPI because this says a lot about who we are as a community. Sorry, I went off a little there, but I guess when you're the chair, I'm sorry.
Yes, no.
Do you have any comments?
Through the chair, I acknowledge your comments. I think where I'm struggling to respond is Tourism Regina isn't actually running the events, and we aren't actually hosting many of the things. So we have a stewardship role, and I think we can do a better job of working with our local attractions on sharing this information with them, on encouraging better accessibility, on flagging these concerns, but we don't actually run those attractions. We promote those attractions, but we aren't the ones, setting up the ramp or considering parking. But I do understand what you're saying. I used to work for provincial parks, and I had a much more operational role, so I had much more tangible ability to impact those things. But I think what Tourism Regina can do is play a role in stewardship. We even have a role that's called the Director of Destination Stewardship. They host meetings with all the local attractions, and there is an opportunity through that to to do that. But we just aren't directly responsible for running the event or running the attraction. And so that's why I spoke to the accessibility that we do have control over, and that is the accessibility of our marketing, of the things that we're putting online, or of the paper collateral that we're providing. That's what we have direct responsibility for.
Okay, and I can work on this offline with you and the accessibility committee, but I think what I'm looking at is the KPIs. And like, I think at ground level, if we say, if it goes to our strategic priorities include accessibility. So like, so that's it from me. Is there any further questions? If not, I'll leave it to Councillor Siklis to close.
Nothing further.
Well, ask the clerk to call the vote. And we'll need a verbal vote from Mayor Paczynski. And Councillor Mancinelli. So it's just the mayor. Mayor Paczynski, I know we're having some audio issues, but can you hear us? Can you vote?
Through you, Chair, the motion is carried with all members present voting in favor. The mayor has temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
All right. Thank you. We'll move on to item EX 2568 on to the delegations related to. So I would like to call upon delegation. My apologies in advance if I mispronounce your name. Cyril Dorgigny. Thank you for being here. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address executive committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have to you. I'll start a timer when you're ready, and I'll try to give you a minute warning and 30 seconds warning as well. So start whenever you're ready.
Hi everyone, I'm Cyril Dorgigny, and I'm a resident of Regina. I'm representing today Regina Water Polo Armada and Water Polo Saskatchewan. Just before starting, I think it would be useful to present you a little bit of water polo in Regina, because it's a pretty small and anonymous sport. Regina Water Polo has currently 307 members. We are offering programs for all age group from 5 years old up to 70 plus. and for all kind of use of water polo, which is recreational and competitive. We have over 100 kids and between 5 and 8, 9 years old who are learning to swim, over 100 and plus kids and adults who are doing some recreational water polo at the provincial level, and just short of 100 of high-performance athletes who are competing at the national and international level. If the high performance is probably our most appealing and showing off of our abilities, we have a pretty strong high-performance program. We won over 36 medals since 2012 at national events. This year, again, we have 10 kids who are in age group national team and senior athletes also in national team. We had an Olympian last year in Paris on the female national team. We have right now a man who is the goalie of the national team at the Singapore World Championship. We are pretty proud of that, but we're very involved on the social level as well, as we're working with the City of Regina, Kids Sport, and other organizations to offer free water polo to the community, to Aboriginal people, but also newcomers and other populations that are underrepresented. We're also pretty happy because being a small sport, we are very inclusive, and including with disabilities athletes. It's easier in the water for many kids and adults, and we actually include them in our regular programs. To finish presenting ourselves, we're very proud that we managed to have First Nation kids who actually went through from the recreational part to the competitive, where we are, with the help of SAS Sport, supporting financially to actually live their dream of playing high-performance water polo. And also with the newcomers, we have now athletes who are making their own country's national team, which is pretty funny, and to see them competing with another countries than Canada, but why not? I mean, we're here for helping them. That said, you're gonna say, so if you're so successful, what do you need a new facility? Because obviously we have for the new facility. It's pretty simple. We are maxed up at capacity right now. We have 100 kids to learn to swim programs within 3 times 45 minutes of pool access at university, because we don't have access at a decent time at the Lawson. Our high-performance athletes are finishing training every night at 11 p.m. Then the time they come back home, it's midnight, and go to school is very, very difficult. And we believe that with this new facility as presented, we will be able to double and maybe triple our capacity and give a lot more to the communities that we can right now because of the pool access. So it's very, very straightforward for us.
Yeah. A minute left.
And I'm done.
Do any members have any questions of the delegation? Well, I do. So with water polo, are you able to have competitions at our current pool at the Lawson?
Thank you for this question, because I forgot. No, we cannot actually. We are the only top 10 clubs in the countries that cannot host national finals, because we need 2 fields of pool, deep tank, and right now we can only have 1 in Regina, so we're out of hosting any national finals right now. And internationally is the same. We need 2 fields of pool, and we cannot right now. So we're out of hosting any big events.
So currently, do all of our competitions have to go to Saskatoon yearly?
So we're hosting the regular season, the smaller events, but as soon as these big events, we have to host in Saskatoon.
Yeah. So when we have more pool capacity, we'll be able to host here in Regina? And are you hoping to have more international events here in Regina as well?
Yes, we will host more in Regina because our volunteer capacity is mostly Regina. Regina is the biggest clubs, and every time we host in Saskatoon, we have to move up 50 and plus volunteers. And yes, we will be able to host international events. Canada is hosting Junior Pan-Ams on a cycle once every 4 years. And they're always looking for hosting cities because the current hosting cities are a bit tired of always hosting.
Okay, and you mentioned children's programs, but we also have competitive seniors programs and adult programs, do we not?
Yes, we do. We do have adult recreational and competitive. We actually have plus 70 athletes who's going to Master World Championship in a couple of weeks in Singapore. And it's a great sport because everybody can play for so long. All aquatic sports are like this, but water polo as well.
And the seniors teams, they get kicked out of pool times for tournaments all the time, and it becomes very limiting. So is that correct?
Yes, it is because we have some pool space on the weekend, and the Regina Lawson is hosting events every second weekend. So every second weekend their training is actually canceled because we lose our pool space for events. The new facility will resolve that because while we could host events, we will always be able to keep training with and not kick out other user group and public and recreational person in the same time that we will be hosting.
So what would happen if the Lawson would close down and for either to be renovated or just closed because of due to life? What would happen to water polo in Regina, but also surrounding areas? What would happen?
I'm pretty afraid of this because it goes pretty fast. We saw with COVID, like we were hit pretty fast on the loss of kids. But the problem whenever you have a renovation shut down like that is people goes to other sports. It's not like COVID, everything is canceled. So we could disappear.
And then my last question is, with being able to host these new water polo tournaments and stuff, do you believe that would bring a lot of economic impact to our city, similar to the events we talked about before you presented? If we had that larger facility, do you think that would attract more events?
Definitely. We will for sure host because we've been asked to host and have to turn it off or bring into Saskatoon. The economic impact, I'm not a specialist. There's people who could respond better than me, but as any aquatic events, we're talking about thousands of people coming to the city just for a couple of days.
And what would you say to anyone that says, but we can use any pool? Is that applicable, or does it have to be a certain length or depth? Is it particular?
No, actually, we cannot use any pool. We need to be deep water and big and long enough, wide enough to have 2 fields of play. Sometimes you need actually 2 fields of play plus a warm-up pool, everything deep. So in our sport, what we call deep water is vital. So all this recreational new facility were fantastic for public going to with their kids. Great for that, but it cut us out of organizing any of our activity. It's why this new facility, as presented, is, in my opinion, a fantastic building because it pleased and can welcome everybody in the same time, which is what we're lacking here.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, well, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to call upon Delegation Tracy Moser. Hi, Tracy. Welcome. I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address executive committee, and after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. I'll start a timer at 5 minutes, and I'll try my best to remind you when there's a minute. And you can start at any time.
Great. Thank you. My name is Tracy Moser. I am a president of the Regina Piranhas Summer Swim Club. I'm also a board member of Swim Saskatchewan and Water Polo Saskatchewan, and I am a resident of Regina. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again to Executive Committee to express our support for the new indoor aquatic facility and the funding increase proposed within the report. I would like to remind this City Council how impactful the new indoor aquatic facility will be. The Regina Piranhas, they're a competitive summer swim club that operates during the months of May, June, and July. I want to share a bit of our perspective from just this current season of trying to manage pool space in Regina. In previous years, we have practiced every weeknight at the U of R pool. This year, the U of R informed us a few days before our registration was to begin that the pool would need to be closed for maintenance for 6 weeks out of our 12-week season. This left us scrambling to try to find pool space in City of Regina pools for close to 90 swimmers. The result, practice times that were not convenient for families, limited lanes available where we had to split the club into groups, practices taking place at different pools at the same time, where swimmers from the same family were expected to get swimmers to 2 different pools. Practice times at pools that did not have diving blocks, did not have 25-meter lanes, and no pace clocks. Last-minute schedule changes due to outdoor pool closures. I can assure you that other swim clubs and aquatic user groups also encounter these same challenges when trying to book pool space. And these challenges were encountered in the summer when most swim clubs have slowed a little bit down, but clearly it's still being so booked that we could hardly find any space. These challenges would be mitigated with the new indoor aquatic facility. The new facility would have enough space for multiple user groups at one time, as well as leisure space and space for multiple different activities. Our small club filled to capacity within 1 hour of opening registration this season. Our club capacity is entirely limited by our ability to book pool space for practices. We're proud to say that our club includes a diversity of swimmers, record-breaking swimmers who compete among the fastest swimmers in the province, along with recreational swimmers and beginning swimmers who are just being exposed to speed swimming for the first time. Our club is also a unique option for families wanting exposure to speed swimming without having to commit the time and financial resources of a full year. What if we could dream big? What if we had access to a world-class facility with space for multiple swim clubs, multiple aquatic sports, plus leisure swimmers, swim lessons, life-saving courses, all at the same time? What if we could increase the number of swimmers that we register every year? Would that mean we have more highly competitive swimmers moving on to varsity programs and national level meets? Would that mean we have space for our minis program, 5- and 6-year-olds who are learning the basics of swimming? Would that mean we could run more outreach programs to marginalized communities? Could we develop a focused para-swimming program or a Special Olympics program within our club? All of these dreams for our club are being limited by the lack of pool space available to us. In regards to cost escalation, we are taxpayers, so we are aware of the need to manage costs on this project and all expenditures. Unfortunately, these types of price escalations are consistently seen across a wide variety of infrastructure projects, both public and private, everything from potash mines to civic infrastructure. City administration continues to champion this project, and I want to acknowledge all the work being done behind the scenes. They have analyzed multiple submissions from user groups and sport organizations and have been diligent in working to lower the projected costs while meeting the needs of user groups and the citizens of Regina. Please vote to accept the administration's suggestion of option 1 as outlined. If you decide to send this project back to administration to rescope and redesign, we fear any savings gained will be negated by the inevitable increased inflation. The U of R pool and the Lawson pool are very close to end of life. We fear the closer to end of life these pools get, the more exposed and vulnerable the city will be and could be forced into poor decisions and even greater cost inflation. Thank you for your thoughtful attention to this matter.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Zakiniak.
Thank you. So I have a couple questions. The first one is just to reiterate something that you just said, which is I believe you had said, or my summary of what you said is sending it back to rescope the project will just delay it further and potentially lead to increased inflation and increased costs. Just to be absolutely certain and have you repeat that point. Is that what you said?
Sure. I guess speaking from my point of view, I'm not an engineer, but have watching this process, I've been here before to speak happily about this project. And we are just so eager for it to really get started because I think we all have an understanding that delays just will increase cost. And this project has been on the books and certainly a dream for a long time and has been kind of pushed forward.
And have you experienced that with your previous involvement in the project, that delays, whether from council or just for a variety of reasons, like have been acknowledged to contribute to the rising costs of the project?
Yes, I think in my experience that this has happened before, that the project has been projected to be more costly, and a lot, I know in that previous one, had been really attributed to inflation and, you know, just the work moving ahead, it's moving slowly, and then it increased the cost.
Okay, and so and you also spoke of I believe you said so that it was this summer that the Lawson was closed for...
Or U of R, actually, it was the U of R pool. So I realize that's not a city facility, but yes, that was the U of R pool, which is a pool that many user groups, not just our, like certainly water polo has spoken to that before, speed swimming clubs, the aquatic swimming, they all use the U of R. The U of R is actually extremely well used. So if we did not have the U of R, and the U of R pool is very close to end of life in my experience, it would be a big concern if we lost that pool without the new pool.
And that was this summer?
That was this summer that they had to do an urgent 6-week closure.
Okay, and so I actually, I had a personal experience. I'm wondering if this is related to that. So recently I was at the Wascana pool with my kids, and they had to sort of abruptly close the deep end because there was a swim club that came in for practice. And so I thought that was odd. And so is that likely a repercussion of this unexpected closure?
For sure, or it could be, it could have been our club, the Piranhas practice at the Wascana pool, and we are happy that the city has been accommodating to us and has offered us pool space. So we have used Wascana pool. In previous years, we've used Regent pool. This year, we've used Massey. And for example, Massey is not designed for a speed swimming club to be using for practices, but we make do with it because we just did not have a choice. So for sure, that's going to impact the public where the public has been asked to move, so a swim club can use it.
And so, if we're able to go ahead with the pool as planned, will that result in ensuring that this sort of thing, like we don't have to close Wascana pool for public use on a hot summer day because we now have sufficient capacity?
I would expect so. I would expect that this new pool has capacity. It has a lot more capacity. I know, the administration can speak to even more details of that, of the design, but it has just so much more pool space available where we would have our space at that pool and we would not have to use these other pools.
Sorry, to be clear, not close the entire pool, but close the deep end, just
sure.
to clarify what I was saying.
Closing lanes, closing.
Yeah, they close the entire deep end, so then the other pool is
we could be at the new facility.
Great. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, we have a mandatory 15-minute recess, so you do have more questions. So after 15 minutes, we will come back and ask you more questions. So we will take that, and we will be back at approximately 10:50? 10:56. So everyone, 10:51, sorry. Sure. We'll be back at 10:51. Everyone set your watches, and we'll see you there. It is 10:52. If everyone could return to their seats, the show is about to begin. All right, we're going to resume back with our questions, and we have Councillor Rasevich.
Through the chair. Hey, Tracy.
Hi.
In our report, I was reading how, I guess in Western Canada, per capita, Regina, we have the most outdoor pools. I was reading that. I found that kind of interesting. I guess wondering what your thoughts are of I mean, obviously, if we go ahead with building the aquatic facility, of shutting down some of these outdoor, maybe one, I don't know how many, but I'm just saying, shutting one down or two outdoor pools. I mean, I guess, personally, I look at, I mean, we're a winter city. And pools are open for, I don't know, what, 3-4 months, potentially, or less. So I was just wondering what your thoughts are about if there were less outdoor pools, in lieu of having this Taj Mahal Aquatic Center. And yeah, I just wondering what your thoughts are about that.
I guess my...
If you had to pick.
Yeah, well, I guess I won't make the decision of City Council, and administration will provide information about that. I think our focus would be on an indoor aquatic facility as described, because it does offer more options. It can be used a longer period of time.
Yep.
So our focus is on building that new indoor aquatic facility.
Yeah.
We're thankful for the outdoor pools at this point, because we need pool space in the summer.
Right.
So we do use those in the summer, but.
But it's because we don't have this, you know, facility, aquatic, we don't have this type of aquatic center that could, I guess, you know, have the space and year round.
Yeah, it would be a huge advantage to have that, for sure.
Okay, I just wanted to know what you thought. And I weren't sure if you were aware that per capita, we have the most outdoor pools in Western Canada. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next in the queue, we have Councillor Fro.
Through the chair, Tracy, thanks for your leadership on this and so many other things in our community. I appreciate you acknowledging that your users and your families are also ratepayers, and I think that's important for all of us, and that, you know, these dollars all belong to our neighbors. My question is, depending on the household in Regina, you know, people will be looking at between sort of $1 and $4 estimated a month in extra dollars to pay for the aquatic center. And I know you can't speak on behalf of all your members, but the extent that you're comfortable, do you feel that that added expense would be something that your users would be comfortable absorbing?
Yes, in the way that, if I can speak for them, I think they would be comfortable with absorbing that cost to them in order to get, I think they would see a big return on that investment. It would just make such a big difference to us to have that facility.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for your presentation.
Next in the queue, I've got Councillor Bezo.
Today and providing some answers to the questions. I'm just going to elaborate on Councillor Rostovich's comment. Like, we've got the Wascana pool, which is brand new, nice state-of-the-art facility. What's your thoughts if we put a roof over that one and cancel this project? Like Councillor Rastovich made a mention that, you know, we're a winter city, we're not going to use that pool. And then, you know, the question was posed of, you know, we only have so much money, so it's an opportunity cost. Brand new pool, shut down pools. keeping what we have, putting roof on a brand-new pool, seems like another logical choice to me, to give you the bandwidth and the space that's required for your activities in the wintertime.
Right. I'm not sure if that's a real, if that is that an actual, you're suggesting that, or?
I'm actually suggesting that. I don't see any feasibility that we would not be able to do that.
Okay, I've never seen anything about that in a report. I'm guessing, and I've read all of these reports and been following this very closely.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the report for the loss, and like if we look
would,
at bandwidth for pools and utilization, that's an option.
Wascana would not meet the needs that we are looking for, certainly. We need 50 meters of length to run big, you would never be able to host an event at Wascana Pool, first of all, with a roof over top of it. Water polo, that does not have enough space. It does not have a full field of play there. Aquatic swimming, I don't know. It does not have the, it's not the appropriate size. It's a leisure pool, which has been extremely well received, which shows how important leisure is. So leisure pool, the leisure pool should absolutely be a part of this new build. But I don't see a world where a roof over Wascana would help us. It would just be, you would be throwing that money onto a roof above Wascana. So, and continue to also need to build an indoor aquatic facility.
Or putting a swim lane next to the existing facility and using the infrastructure and putting a roof over the whole thing?
Over Wascana again?
Yeah.
I just don't, in my opinion, I don't see how that would work or would give us what we need. It is nothing near what has been suggested in any plans. That would not be what would help all of the user groups that we're looking for. It is not enough space at Wascana. And if you added a few more lanes, that's not what we're looking for. We need a lot more than just a roof over Wascana. And we already have Wascana.
Yeah,
it's
so
not giving us more
explain a lot
pool.
more. Like what is we need to find a balance here.
Councillor Bizo, putting a roof over Wascana Pool is not related to this motion. So you want to?
Thanks. I have to ask you, like, what's the requirement? What's the minimum requirement? How many swim lanes? Like, what is the physical size? Like, what is going to satisfy the needs to bring these competitions to Regina?
Well, I know that the architect, the presentation will speak a bit more to that in detail, but I know that to host like a national level event, you need at minimum 2 50-meter pools, which is what is proposed in this in option 1. So without me having it in front of me, all the requirements, that work has all been done. So the minimum to host those big events is what is proposed in the report.
Okay, thank you. And are you on committees and everything else that could bring these big events to Regina?
As part, I mean, first of all, these big events would be years down the road. So I guess I can't speak to what committee I'll be on in 2030.
Yeah.
But right now, as part of Swim Saskatchewan or as part of Water Polo Saskatchewan, as part of our swim club, we would for sure be, there would be an active group bringing these competitions to Regina. That is definitely a priority of the swim community, I would say, like the sporting community.
What would you say the probability? Because we're sticking, we're saying we're looking to invest a lot of money, cost overruns. We're talking about, a few hundred people and a few thousand people are going to take the tax burden on this for the few hundred. So we have to have like an economic input into this for as far as like bringing the events. And what would you say the probability of bringing these events in the future would be? And if there's a number out there, Hotels Association, we heard from the fire police games, there's a number that would bring in, like you've attended events, obviously, throw us some numbers and say, you know what, I've gone to events in somewhere, there was 4,000 people that came for the event. Like what would this thing look like?
Well, I'll let Marge at SwimSask speak a bit more to that, who's coming up next. My involvement is with a smaller club, but the events that I attend, we're going to Swim Provincials this weekend. That is a Saskatchewan event, and that's well over, it's close to 300 swimmers, more than 600 people attending, certainly. Now, you're saying this can benefit a few hundred, but this aquatic facility will benefit way more than a few hundred. Like this would be a huge community of people would be attending the pool because the pool could service the public and the leisure community as well, not just big events. But I know big swim events are very big. Like, I don't have a number because I just don't have that. I don't want to say something and be incorrect.
No, that's
someone
fair
else
enough.
can speak, but they are very big events. The events they would be looking to attract, especially with a new facility, everyone wants to go to a new facility for a big event. I feel those big events would be attracted here.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I will ask you some questions now. The 50-meter pool. So I know initially with the Wascana pool, there was a 50-meter pool option and it was cut as part of that design. And now we're looking at some recommendations where that 50-meter pool might be cut again. And I wanted to know your reaction to that and why is a 50-meter pool so important? And how does it feel to have it up on the table again as a potential cut?
Well, that 50-meter pool, 2 50-meter pools especially, was crucial to hosting those big events, those big national level events, because it's a requirement to host it. They sometimes will have two things going at the same time, or you'll need a warm-up cool-down pool. It's a requirement of the event. So that would be for events. And then also a 50-meter pool just allows much more space to be used for, you could have a water polo practice, you could have a swim practice going across the widths, and you could have aquasize going on. You could have many user groups in a 50-meter pool. That's a big advantage. And then where they're talking about cutting that 50-meter in the one option, they're talking about cutting some of that length. That length that is being cut is the more shallow end, which is the end that, because they need the deep tank for the diving boards and those deep aquatics, but the shallow end is where a lot of people in the community use. So that's where swimming lessons take place. That's where recreational people will be, is in that shallow end. So it would be a shame to cut that shallow part.
Is there another 50-meter pool anywhere else in Regina, outdoor or indoor?
Well, there's the Lawson right now that can be a 50-meter pool. It's often not 50 meters, right? Because they have the bulkhead in so that it's not 50 meters. But it is a 50-meter pool. But that's the only one in Regina at all. So.
And to explain to those who may not have a swimming background, when you have that pool and you're doing the turning, that changes your swim time for performance. So is it not important from a performance standard to be able to have a certain length to do the swimming for your turning or stopping at competitive?
Yeah, I guess it's another, it's called, there's a long course and a short course. So a 50-meter pool is a long course pool. It's its own type racing. And yes, those higher level meets are at a 50-meter pool. Practicing can be done at a 25-meter, but yes, it's different because there's more turns. You're getting the wall on each turn. So it is different. It's just yeah.
And would that make our athletes here in Regina and surrounding areas, because we do attract from the surrounding areas, would that affect their ability to perform, to even get scholarships at colleges or universities or perform at higher Canada levels or Olympic levels?
Yeah, I would think practicing in a 50-meter pool would have a big impact on their performance, and also just being able to be in the pool. Right now, they're just not able to be in the pool when they want to be in the pool, and their practices are cut and canceled. So that obviously has an impact on their performance. So.
Okay, and how many competitions are already being turned away? Say triathlons or swim meets or races or water polo meetings. Like, forgetting attracting new, how many do you, like, we could have so many more at this current rate, correct?
I guess, yeah, I'll let administration speak to that because they would have the actual information, but I'm sure, I just know, on a weekend, when if someone is hosting something, that's the public is turned away, first of all, because often the Lawson is closed if there's an event happening. So the public is turned away, and then we don't have another option to run something else. And I just know the Lawson is not, the correct size or capacity to host many, many events. So I don't have a number how many are turned away, but I would think a lot. We can host small things, smaller, as Cyril said, smaller local type events or small provincial swim meets. We can host those, sometimes interprovincial sometimes, but.
So even though we have the ability to host them, are we able to with the swim schedule? I think that's the
I'm
second question.
guessing no. I'm guessing some, no. We just don't have the capacity to host.
And how are your registrations right now?
Well, so just speaking from our swim club, and we are there's other swim clubs in Regina for sure, and some big swim clubs. And so we're just a small swim club in the summer, and we have a lot of people who are very eager to join our club. And yeah, our registration was full within 1 hour. And it's not because we have coaches, we have eager families, we have families that want their siblings to join, we have, an eager group that want to run this, and we want to we want to admit as many as we can, and we can't, because we can't put 90 swimmers in 2 lanes, or our coaches say we can't. Our coaches say you cannot let any more people join because we do not have a place to put them.
And do you think your programs would expand to other age groups and other abilities if possible? And how would you see that expanding to our community for?
I think we could offer more space in our club. Just speaking from our club, we could offer more space. We could offer more practice times. We could be running the program with more practice times and having more kids join. We could have our minis program of the young kids, as I mentioned, is quite small. So we could expand that. We could have a bigger minis program. We could just be much more aggressive also in bringing people. Right now, we really aren't that aggressive in bringing people on because we can't we can't really be approaching groups or communities in Regina actively trying to get them to join our club because we don't have space. So we really are quite quiet because we have no space to add these people.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, well, thank you so much for being here and presenting and being here yet again.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. I'd like to call upon Delegation Marge Walton. Here, we will ask you to introduce yourself for your record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. So welcome. I'll start the timer, and I'll try to give you a minute warning and start whenever you would like.
Great, thank you. My name is Marge Walton. I am a resident of Regina. I am a member of the Indoor Aquatic Facility Community Advisory Committee, and as well, I'm the Executive Director for Swim Saskatchewan. I have been in this role at Swim Saskatchewan for 26 years, and I've been here to Executive Committee and City Council numerous times because this all goes back to when the very first feasibility study was done 15 years ago, and so I've really been at this for this long. I want to express that the Community Advisory Committee and Swim Saskatchewan's strong support to maintain the original project scope of the new indoor aquatic facility that previous City Council has approved on March the 8th of 2023. This is option number 1 in administration's report for your meeting today, and this support also includes administration's plan on how to fund the additional $40 million. City administration and the Community Advisory Committee have been at this for 4+ years, working hard at this. You have staff that have done a lot of work. There has been substantial money spent already on feasibility studies, on drawings for this current option. Please don't let all of this go to waste. The community has been involved in this project all along. The public was sent various postcards throughout to answer surveys. There has been meetings where they were able to go to, and also along the way, as the various groups that have been involved, there has been trade-offs. There already has been some things cut back. Yes, the price tag for this facility has gone up another 40 million, and it is just going to keep going up the longer and longer decisions are delayed. Please accept administration's report and recommendations and agree to the original scope of the project so that the construction can finally begin. I would like to remind you all that only the original scope of the project upholds the vision of the project that says Regina's new indoor aquatic facility is an inclusive, accessible, and sustainable community hub and tourist attraction that creates vibrancy and improves quality of life for Regina residents and visitors for generations to come. The original scope of the project provides more space, more water, and provides the community at large with the best possible facility to be inclusive and accessible. The City of Regina has not built a new indoor pool in over 35 years. So this is why we are where we are right now. And as Councillor Rasevich says, the Taj Mahal. If we do not build to this scope, then by the time the facility opens in 2029, you're already going to need to start the process on building another pool. The population in Regina is growing, but facilities have not grown. In addition, the enrollment of aquatic sports has also increased, as is the desire to take swimming lessons. When I was here in the fall presenting, at that time, your city administration had told me that you had 9,000 names on the wait list for swimming lessons. I'm not sure where that's at now. The 5 swim clubs in Regina have been able to increase in size over the last 15 years from my statistics. They and the other user groups are now at capacity, as are the city's lessons. Swimming is a cradle-to-grave sport, meaning you can start it right from when you're a baby, right through to my mother who still swims at 96 years of age. Let's think about the children and what they want and deserve. Please also remember that learning how to swim saves lives. City programs and aquatic sports want to be able to grow their membership and to host larger events and competition, which in turn increases visitors to our city and increases the economic impact. The pre-approved option will allow for this, and it will also allow for families to come to one facility, allow the child that is participating in whatever competition do so while the rest of the facility goes to the leisure pool and has some fun. They can all be at the same location. I would also like to mention to please do not start considering the option to have the current Lawson refurbished. This has been considered already, and it was determined that it would cost as much as building a new pool. Also, during this past year, the exact same pool in St. John's, Newfoundland, has been under renovations for the upcoming Jeux de Canada Games, happening in a couple of weeks. They are now over budget. And as they are doing these renovations, they are finding more and more things that need to be fixed. This is all on public record. You can go and look it up. The same thing will happen here if you think that this is something to do. All of these pools, the one here in Regina, St. John's, Newfoundland, St. John, New Brunswick, one pool already in BC that has been closed.
30 seconds.
They're all part of back to the 1970s. I urge you to please find the courage to proceed with what has already been approved. Let's build it once and do it well.
Thank you so much. I've got Councillor Fro with some questions.
Thank you. Through the chair, Marge, you mentioned that you've been at this with us for 15 years, so thank you for that. In the 15 years of us discussing this project, have you seen other communities move ahead with recreational and aquatic centers, and what has that done for their community? And similarly, what has delaying this project over 15 years done to our community?
So the whole delay isn't over 15 years. So it's 15 years when the very first feasibility study was done, which is what Councillor Rasevich is referring to about how many outdoor pools we have for the population, right? So it's been all of that. Absolutely, I've seen lots of new pools being built, one in Windsor, Ontario, Toronto, Ontario, Fort McMurray, Alberta, some of the same size centers as here in Regina. So it's absolutely critical. I mean, providing leisure activities and leisure facilities like this is a core mandate of any municipality. And right now, the city of Regina is falling behind.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got Councillor Rasevich.
Just wanted to ask this kind of the same question I asked Tracy before, just about, I guess in our report it said that we have the most outdoor pools per capita, and that was new to me. When I read that, I was like, oh, wow. And just kind of thinking what your thoughts are about that in terms of, administration coming to council about delaying, refurbishing or building any new pools. We're talking about $21.7 million going to outdoor pools. And
Well, I think building indoor will give you a much better return on your investment than building outdoor, because your outdoor pools are open 3 months of the year. Yes, the refurbished, quote, new Wascana pool is fantastic. I think in the first summer that it was open, there was 100,000 visitors. So imagine turning that nice pool with those leisure pieces into an indoor pool, how many hits you're going to have of people coming into that facility 12 months of the year. So I would definitely be on board for, perhaps some of the outdoor pools to close. They're probably, they're all costly to run. I get that. And I get that this new facility is costly. I'm a taxpayer too. I've just seen an increase in my taxes, so.
Yeah, no, I just want, someone who's been, you've been
I've
involved in
I've been to
swimming.
practically every facility in this country.
So it's just nice to hear your opinion, about, we'll put more resources towards the aquatic center, and maybe we back off on a little bit on some of the outdoor pools. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will ask some questions. I guess I will ask you the same question about the 50-meter pool and how important it would be to have 2 of them within the new facility.
So for the sport of competitive swimming, all of our national competitions are in a 50-meter pool. And so for some of those national competitions, you do need to have 2 50-meter pools. Reason being is because competition would happen in one, and the athletes would be warming up and warming down pre-race and post-race in the other. Swimming, competitive swimming is the largest of all the aquatic sports. There is, the swim meets we currently have at Lawson Pool, easily 400 to 400 swimmers on any given competition will be there. Plus, at a national competition, you're looking at 600 to 700 athletes at those national competitions. So it becomes very important because it also provides more flexibility in the fact that you can break that 50-meter pool down into the movable bulkhead, can move it into like 3 sections. You could have different things going on at the same time. The 10 lanes also then makes it 25 meters across, which again, the flexibility so that not only can let's say the aquatic user groups be in there at the same time, but so can the city programming happening, whether that be mom and tot, whether that be whatever lessons, aquasize, all of those things.
Okay.
So if the city wants some national and international swimming competitions, it needs to be the 2 50-meter tanks.
Okay, and just to clarify, there isn't any other 50-meter lengths within Regina?
Correct, just current Lawson. And Swimming Canada will not host a national competition in our current Lawson facility.
So just to clarify a scenario, to make sure I have this right, if there's only one 50-meter pool and there was a competition, say a triathlon or swim meet, whatever would currently be in there would have to be canceled automatically. So like, let's say there was seniors water polo, that it would have to be canceled because of the 50-meter and then that domino scheduling.
Yeah.
So if you were, let's say on the seniors water polo team, and it was a Sunday morning, it would automatically be affected. And is that sort of what's happening now?
It is. It is, absolutely, that's what's happening. Whenever one of the aquatic sports is hosting a competition, then the other ones are not able to train. The public is not able to get in. Sometimes the city is opening up in a swimming competition. We have what's called preliminary heats in the morning, finals at night. Sometimes they will let some people come in and do lane swimming in between, sometimes not. So absolutely, like I'm going from the top of my head from when I presented to council in the fall, but at that time, I think the count was there is 28 aquatic competitions happening at at Lawson Pool. So that's every other weekend. Essentially, it is currently being closed to the public, which doesn't go over well. So a facility like this would not close down to the public as is currently happening.
So if, in your opinion, if we didn't have 250-meter pools in all of Regina and surrounding area, we would be limiting ourselves, especially as a growing city.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, and
don't forget the leisure side of it too, right? Like that's the whole other piece, is it's the 2 tanks plus the leisure piece. And if you think of it, in this city of Regina, if you want to go and do leisure, you have to check into a hotel. There is no City of Regina leisure component except for maybe Sandra Schmerler for young kids that has a water slide. But there isn't otherwise. So you're checking into a hotel. And when I talk to people involved in the sport of swimming who might also have kids in volleyball or hockey or whatever, they say when they come here for a tournament, they're not going to Lawson because there's nothing to do there. Whereas they go to other facilities, when that team is in between games, they're going to the pool because they can do the water slide and this and this.
And what opportunities, you mentioned the wait list, but what opportunities are we currently missing out on? Like, not even attracting new sports, but what are we not providing due to limited capacity other than swimming registrations?
Well, right now, we cannot host a national event for competitive swimming in Regina. It will go to Saskatoon. Saskatoon just hosted the Canadian Masters Swimming Championships. Swimming Canada won't host any of the other of their national events, none of them in Regina currently. So we're totally losing out on those, which is out of the aquatic sports. Swimming competitions are the largest sports. And while you know, city administration and the architects have been working on this, I advocated that they needed to go and tour some facilities while there is a swimming competition happening so they can see the amount of people on the pool deck and everything that happens and why it's so important.
And do you have any further comments to add about the lack of capacity for our registrations or swimming lessons or anything like that that you haven't been able to?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Burton?
Is he typing?
Just a little bit of a delay with the live stream while we wait for Councillor Burton. So if you'd like to interpretive dance or anything in the meantime, feel free.
Hi, I am here. But the audio is so bad that the only way I can follow is by listening on Access. Could you? So I'm going to have to wait to listen on Access for your response. Does that work?
Sure.
Are you able? Okay. So I'm going to have to wait to listen on Access for your response. Does that work?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. It was that. It's more like a 10 or 15-second delay. I was wondering if the delegation could identify all the different swim programs that could possibly attend, because there's junior, there's adult, there's high performance, there's masters, there's diving, there's swimming, there's water polo, there is just a plethora of various organizations. I wonder if you could detail how many different events are possible to come to Regina. There's also local, the Piranha Summer Swim Club. They do local events where people come from the province versus people from Western Canada or across the nation. So I was wondering if you could kind of give me an idea of the various programs and how many and what type of attendance. You know, you said 300 for Saskatchewan, so 500. You know, I realize you might be taking a guess, but how many events and how many people could possibly attend?
So it's difficult for me to speak on the other aquatic sports, so I'll be specific about swimming. The bulk of our swimming competitions within the province are hosted currently in Regina and Saskatoon. There are the odd ones in some of the other locations. Again, depending on the competition, and if we had more space, you could then host and allow more athletes. For example, we host our provincial championships in conjunction with Swim Manitoba, and we have a rotation between that competition being hosted in Winnipeg and Saskatoon and Regina. When it is in Regina, I have to cap the numbers that can come to the competition. When it's in Winnipeg, they don't need to cap because they have the two 50-meter pools. When it's in Saskatoon, we still have to cap it some because they have the 150-meter pool and then they have another 6-lane 25, but they can take more swimmers than can happen here currently in Regina. So again, like we just had the Masters Canadian Championships, which Masters for swimming is anybody ages 18 and over, and those people still compete. And off the top of my head, because I just saw the numbers the other day, there was almost 600 of those Masters athletes that came here from across the country. Same thing for our various other national level events that would be for what we like to call our age group or your Olympic stream events. That we just had our World Championship trials for those that will be competing here in Singapore right now. We had almost 800 at that competition. So it's kind of, your numbers can double if there's additional space. And I don't know if that helps you, Mark, Councillor Burton?
Thank you. There's a slight delay there. That was very helpful information. Sorry about the delay. One last question. How many people in Regina would be participating if you were to spin the ACU wheel and guess a number? How many people would be participating that are residents of Regina, and how many from the various in the census metropolitan area would be participating in these events?
So for the sport of swimming, our registration numbers for the 5 swim clubs that are here operating in Regina, we have over 1,000. So that, you know, not all of them would ever compete all at the same time, but that's what our current registration statistics show.
Okay, I will call it a day on the questions here because it's that bad, but thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll ask you a couple more questions.
Okay.
You had mentioned you've been to most of the facilities, some facilities around the country. So I was wondering how we compare to cities similar, and how you feel, I guess, the Lawson compares or where we want to be.
Honestly, the Lawson is old, it's dingy, it's not warm and receiving. It is lacking a lot of space. I mean, the city has done a great job of maintaining our facilities, and kudos to them that we have a facility that was built in 1974 and it is still operating, but it is on its last legs. Other facilities, I mean, there's just newer technology. They're much more brighter. Air quality is much better than it is here. They have dehumidifiers built in so that when you're standing on the pool deck, you're not have sweat rolling down you because the humidity level is so high. You know, right now, the epitome of a facility in this country right now is the Toronto Pan Am Sports Centre that was built for the 2015 Pan Am Games. That tends to be where, you know, a good chunk of the national competitions are going, and obviously then where international competitions are going. World Cup will be happening there this summer, or this fall, so I mean, you know, again, we don't have, it's the leisure piece too, right? Where these other facilities have been able to add the leisure piece into it. You know, the Saanich Pool in Victoria, for example, right? It was built for the 1992 Commonwealth Games. They still put like a leisure piece into it, right? You have a facility, brand new facility up in Fort Mac that is, you know, same thing. Like they've got your rectangle pool, but then they've also got the leisure piece. And that's the big thing that we're lacking here in Regina.
And then maybe you could answer some questions about some of the health risks which have happened with some of the older facilities with the Lawson. I have been there where you've been told you have to like shower like 5 times because of the chemicals and things. So due to the lifespan, what has happened with the health risk in our communities?
Well, nothing too recent that I'm aware of. I mean, I know heading into 2013 and 2014, we did have a huge issue. That was prior to bringing the 2014 North American Indigenous Games here. And it was all an air quality issue and something that happened while we were hosting one of our big competitions, that basically the system shut down and everybody was hacking and coughing. And so yes, it does happen, but in a new facility that wouldn't.
Any further questions? Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time and being here and your expertise. You can return to the delegation.
Thank you.
I would like to call upon Delegation Jesse Morris to come. So I'll ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, where you live, and you'll have 5 minutes to address executive committee, and afterwards you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. I will try and give you a 1-minute warning, and you can start whenever you would like.
Awesome, thank you. My name is Jessie Morris, and I am here representing the Off-Leash Dog Park User Group. You can call us Old Pug. So we are a relatively newly formed official committee, and I am the newly named chair. But we have been around for quite a while, and actually our user base is quite large. We currently have over 2,600 members in our Facebook group alone. And based on estimates, we have about 30,000 dogs living in this city. That number shot up quite a bit during COVID when everybody was looking for some kind of walking companion. And so we have quite a large user base, but it largely goes without a lot of advocacy because, quite frankly, half of our members are mute. So my dog Winnie brings me a pair of socks when she wants me to take her out and go for a walk. And so I'm here before you with a metaphorical pair of socks, just hoping for your consideration. So I want to be very clear, Old Pug is not speaking against the indoor aquatic facility. I am just here to address one part of the recommendation, which is regarding the relocation of funding away from dog parks. So the total budget for the indoor aquatic facility is $285.1 million, and the amount of funding being pulled away from dog parks or reallocated from dog parks is $1.28 million. It is the equivalent of a rounding error in the grand scheme of things. But that's an enormously meaningful amount of money to us. And so I'm here today, I'm just gonna cut to the ending. I'm here today to ask that the city keep the funds in consideration of future projects. We don't want them to be taken off of the map altogether. We are eager to get to know the city, and we are eager for the city to get to know you. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what Old Pug is and what Old Pug does. So first and foremost, we're an advocacy committee. Our goal is to help make the city a little bit more dog user friendly. Our goal is also to educate and support the users of dog parks and dog spaces. We know that with the humongous rise in dog ownership around the city, there has been a lack in training and support for new dog owners, and that has led to some friction around the city. And we also know that there are strong feelings on both sides of the coin about dog-friendly spaces. But we're here to support a future where dogs are safe and friendly members of our society, and they're welcome in more spaces. So the mandate is that we do advocacy, we do education, and that we collaborate with the city to help ensure that this user group is spoken up for. Dog parks do not just serve dogs. They serve the well-being of a much larger community, including dog owners, but also the people who love dogs and who, for a variety of reasons, can't have them. They're not just about exercise. They are about socialization. They're about enrichment.
1 minute.
1 minute? Oh my God, that went fast. Okay, so essentially, I'm here asking for your consideration. It's a very small amount of money, and we are looking to keep that on the board for consideration. There's a lot of work still to be done in our city in order to make this a dog-friendly place, and in spite of what the report says, we definitely have not exercised all options for finding dog-friendly spaces, and Old Pug wants to be a part of that conversation.
Thank you. Okay, any questions? Okay, I'll ask some questions then. What would be the risk to residents and the community if the city withdrawed the funding from?
That's a really great question. So to highlight the need in our city, there's about 30,000 dogs in the city, and that's an estimate because those numbers are not made publicly available through the Humane Society. But to kind of draw a parallel, just in terms of numbers, based on the most recent census data, there are about 23,000 elementary school age children in our city, right? And so that's a big number, and I'm not drawing an equivalency here between dogs and kids at all, but I'm saying that the number is very high, and currently we have 5 permanent dog parks in the city. 3 of them are municipal and 2 of them are neighborhood size, which means they are about the size of a rink. And then we also have seasonal rinks, which we lose access to for half the year. So the risk is that we will continue to overuse some spaces in our city, and then we see leakage into public spaces that are not intended to be dog friendly. And Old Pug wants to see more friendly spaces so that people have a place to go within their own neighborhood. Right now, you will see conflict arising between people who are taking their dogs off leash places that they shouldn't, and the neighbors in that community who wish that they would not do so. Giving people a place to go is always the right action, right? That's why we build skate parks and pump tracks. That's why we give people a place to go. For dog park users, there aren't very many places, and in a lot of communities, there's nothing walkable from your house. So you and your dog are limited to the sidewalk and 6 feet of leash, and that's tough.
A lot of the projects which we are deferring to pay for this in recommendation 1 are pretty seasonal in nature. Would you consider dog parks seasonal as well, or would you consider it like all year round?
Dog parks are definitely an all year usage. My dog doesn't care if it's minus 40, and as a conscientious dog owner, it's important to me that I get her out there to play and explore and give her a rich life. I spoke disparagingly of 6 feet of leash, and I follow through on that. I think it's important that she has a chance to run and flex and run into, her colleagues in the dog community, and I'm not alone. Dog parks are used all year round. But in the winter, they get harder, right? We don't even have lights in the dog parks. And so that funding could go towards a solar light project. It could go towards development of any kind of support for dog usership, which would increase our numbers and decrease numbers of negative interactions outside of dog parks.
This is a pretty difficult situation. So if you were asked to make this decision and you need to find funding to fill in the gap, do you have any ideas where you would look? Feel free to decline that if you
So just looking at the recreation guide, in the prioritization of outdoor projects, there were a number that were rated more lowly than dog parks. One of them was ball diamonds. So I don't know if there's funding that could be found there, but we were rated 10th. And then there were a total of 18. So there are 8 other potential places to look for funding. Or maybe there's a superficial, collection that we could not be adding to, this year, an art fund or something. I'm not sure. I am not an expert in our city's budget, but I do know that, of all the things that we could do, 10th is not bad. And people do want to see off-leash development for our city.
I definitely heard about dog parks, so I'll ask that question to administration, probably more fair. Is there any other question? Oh, there we go. I've got Councillor Zakiniak for you.
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. So just to confirm, it's 1.286 million that is proposed to be reallocated from dog parks, right? Okay, and so when I look at the more information on that section, I will ask administration for more details on that, but it sounds like the work that was planned, there's 2 bullet points talking about A.E. Wilson and in the southeast part of the city, a dog park. So it sounds like the city's saying we're going to pause work on those 2 developments while we do this, and then we'll figure that all out later. Is that your read of that section as well?
That is my understanding of what was said.
Okay. And so, and has Old Pug been part of the point 2 talks about the southeast of the city? And multiple sites have been considered. There's been challenges related to land costs, servicing infrastructure, and budget. Do you know if Old Pug has been engaged in those efforts?
Old Pug has been kept abreast of those efforts. We were notified that they were going to put the A.E. Wilson Park on hold, and then we were notified that the Hastings area in the east was considered not a viable option. Hastings was more of a neighborhood, kind of didn't want it here. I think there's an acronym for that. And the A.E. Wilson was a matter of the ground was unsuitable, so that they will have to sort of sort that out. But there are a lot of places that could be developed in other neighborhoods in our city. I grew up in Whitmore Park. I can think of at least 2 underused parks that could be developed. So our point is that we would like to participate more actively in these conversations in our role as advocates and as active users and residents of the city. We have ideas, feedback, and we offer our support through fundraising, through training, through education. We're not coming empty-handed.
So yes, I'm very familiar with A.E. Wilson issues. That's in my ward, and so that's outside of the contamination in the soil. However, you're saying with the southeast dog park or additional dog parks, what I think I heard you offer is support. If administration is encountering challenges moving forward with dog parks, Old Pug can help.
Yes,
okay.
please.
I think that sounds great, and we will I'll follow up with that with administration. Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you for your presentation today and being here and representing the people and the dogs.
Thank you.
Okay, just a little bit of housekeeping. Earlier on, when we consideed EX 2567, the Regina Hotel Association funding for tourism Regina, Mayor Chad Brzezinski's vote had trouble being recorded, so we're just going to ask council if they're okay with it recording that he voted in favor with this. So we're just asking if there's any opposed to recording the mayor's vote to that matter. There appears to be none, so we can move forward. Sorry, I stole the clerk's paperwork. Okay. Now, we have some communication related to EX 2568. We also have a communication with respect to this report, EX 2570 from Andrew Mitchell from Dives Ask. Can I have someone move that this communication can be received and filed? Councillor Flores? Anyone opposed? Okay, move forward. Okay, we will now consider item EX 2568, the indoor aquatic facility design and cost options. Can I have Deputy City Manager Ted Schisler please introduce the report?
Thank you, and through the chair. A new indoor aquatics facility, or IAF, has been the top priority in the city's recreation master plan since 2010. Our current aquatic centers do not provide the capacity, and importantly, they do not deliver on council's priorities around accessibility and inclusion. With the Lawson nearing the end of its lifespan, it's important to not only replace the facility, but to add more capacity and contemporary amenities that are aligned with council's original vision to serve all segments of the population with a vibrant and inclusive facility. This is a large and complex project with multi-year design and construction processes. The design is focused on supporting capacity for aquatics in the city for 50 or more years into the future. Since we were last in front of council, our indoor aquatics facility project team has advanced the design of the facility in alignment with the scope approved by council and community input. As part of our efforts to prepare for construction, which is set to begin later this summer, we had our construction manager prepare a Class B estimate. Although we have worked diligently with our design and construction teams to reduce our capital costs without compromising scope, the design is currently $40 million more than the previously approved project budget. This change is a result of market conditions, which are described by our construction manager, Westridge Wright, in Appendix C of the report. Also, progression through the design process, which includes clarifying previous estimates and more specificity of the design elements of the facility. In assessing potential paths forward, administration considered the current design, the current and future needs for aquatic capacity in Regina, and assessed potential trade-offs within our capital portfolio of recreational projects. As a result of this work, we are recommending that we maintain the current scope of the project. The report outlines an approach to redirect $30 million in capital funding from other recreation projects over the next 5 years and to increase our debt financing by $10 million. This enables us to work with our design team and construction manager to advance the project without delay to protect against further cost escalations. Our project team is here today to answer questions. As I said, it is large and it is complex. And so we have all of the project team here from various aspects where questions may go. We're also joined by Jenna Moak from Colliers, who is providing project management support to the project, as well as Chris Doka from Wright Construction and Colin Olfert from Westridge, both of whom represent our construction manager. We're happy to take any and all of your questions about any aspects of the report and the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, we have Councillor Flores. Sorry. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Flores. Would you like to speak to it?
And in closing, I just have some questions for now. Thank you for that, and thank you for that very detailed report. I think when we all heard a $40 million increase, that sounds like a really big number. I think for any individual it would be. But to put that into perspective, could you please provide an estimated all-in monthly cost per household for this fund increase? And with that, could you confirm if this cost is based on today's tax base, meaning the actual cost per household could potentially decrease as our city grows?
Hey, thank you, through the chair. I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Anderson, to answer that question in detail. I also neglected to mention in my intro, but thank you for turning on my microphone, that as we go through the questions, we have a lot of people here to answer the questions. If it works for everybody, direct them to me, and I'll quarterback them out to the people that can answer them the best. And in this case, it's my colleague, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, and through the chair. So, great question. Right now, as recommended by administration, $30 million of it would be funded by delaying other projects. So, and those projects are listed in the report. We would be adding $10 million more debt, which would go to taxpayers, and roughly for a median household, that's around 57 cents per month, assuming a 30-year funding facility.
All right. And if we were to change the scope of this project, how much money would we need to return to the federal government if we don't proceed as planned? Or like, would we have to return funds to the federal government?
Through the chair, excellent question. And generally speaking, it would depend on what changes we made and what was applicable to which. And I'm not sure if we can, if I can ask Mr. Gray to provide additional context.
Through the chair, yeah, it'd be dependent on specific changes. How much money? We haven't received any money to date yet, as the project hasn't started, so we wouldn't be returning any funding currently.
Okay. And then if we continue to delay this project to find alternative cost savings, what is the risk that our current rough estimates for the stripped down versions from, let's say, option 2 or 3 could climb even higher once a detailed design is done?
Thank you. Through the chair, there is a risk that exists. We can estimate and provide some details there, but generally time is not our friend on this. We know we're in a inflation is almost always present. We've been through some unique circumstances in the last few years, and it's hard to predict with all kinds of various economic things going on that we maybe haven't seen before. Certainly there's an inflationary risk that is, I believe, real and material to go forward for any substantial delays. It just would cost more in the future. The calendar is not our friend here.
So it was safe to say that the more we delay, the more we're going to have these conversations, possibly asking that, let's say we go with a lesser option, we might come back asking for more money at that time because of the time that has taken us to get there.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd say that's very likely. That, like anything else, if you wait, it will cost you more. Exactly how much would it cover the gap? I don't know, but if we were to delay for some material time, some caveats in there. If it was a very short period of time, if we were able to start locking in contracts on certain things while we deliberated that type of thing, it might reduce or eliminate material cost increases. But a full dead stop and multiple months delay will result in higher costs.
And just one last question for now. How much work have we put in so far to be where we're at, and when is the estimated? Because I recall the report mentioned Q4 or in the Q3 for starting this project.
To date, through the chair, to date we have spent $4 million on the design and of the IAF and a feasibility study of about $750,000 way back. For the geothermal heating facility, $1 million on design and about $220,000 for a feasibility study back then. So about $5 million and about another $1 million for those feasibility studies has been spent so far.
So would it be safe to say that we would be adding to those costs if we continue delaying, trying to find a different option?
Through the chair, a delay may not result in a lot of design work. It may result in a lot of analysis and work on value engineering, dealing with different cost structures and how we can get value out of the facility as planned. But if we were to make changes, and it is outlined in the report, there would be additional time and expense to adjust design to the new scope. Yes.
Great. Thanks so much. That's all for me for now.
Councillor Rasevich?
Through the chair, just had some questions about the geothermal and I guess natural gas heating the facility. So are we planning on, I guess obviously we're planning on doing the geothermal, but are we also planning having a backup natural gas system as well in the facility?
Thanks for that question, and through the chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Struthers to take that question if that's reasonable, or he could pass it off to somebody else. But I think it's
Through the chair, that's correct. There will be backup natural gas capacity for the geothermal system.
Okay, that just seems redundant to me. I can't imagine doing every household in Regina building I guess a green system and then putting in a natural gas system becomes, to me, that's almost uneconomical. But I guess my other question is this: can we go back and look and maybe just change the scope of that and just go natural gas? And it would save us $9 million. I guess, well, it's our contribution for the geothermal is 13.8, but if we only put the gas system in, it's 4 million. So that's a savings of $9 million. So we combine that with, say, not doing outdoor pools, 21 million, 9 million geothermal, we got our 30 million. But I guess the question becomes, how does that affect, I guess, any of the other grants or funding from the, I guess, the province or the feds? Does that, are they two separate entities, you know, like the geothermal and the funding for the actual aquatic center?
So thanks for that question. And if I've got it right, can we do that? And what happens to any grant funding if we do? So generally speaking, I think on the cost side, those numbers sounded accurate to me from a pure financial cost. The other things as outlined in the report are, you know, the environmental impact of geothermal versus natural gas over the lifetime of the facility is quantified in there as well. So yeah, not financial, but certainly an impact could be secondarily financial over time for sure. The other thing is it's a large geothermal project that we know will, based on everything we've done so far, will span beyond the life of the project, could have other uses within the city or knowledge building to build additional capacity. So just as a bit of an overview, then I think I would ask Mr. Struthers to maybe talk about just the natural gas, geothermal, and how that would need to happen. And then if Mr. Gray could follow up on what we know about any potential impacts to the ISF funding.
Sure. So just to expand through the chair, the backup capacity for natural gas and the geothermal system would be a much limited backup capacity. So on the periods of downtime or maintenance on the geothermal side, that would allow the IAF to continue to operate. So that would be a different approach than a primary natural gas system. And I'd maybe ask Ryan, Mr. Gray here to speak on the different funding agreements for the geothermal and the IAF.
Thanks. So through the chair, there's two funding agreements in place. One is for the IAF and then one is specifically for the geothermal heating facility. If we were to discontinue or abandon doing the geothermal heating facility, we would essentially be giving up that funding. So there's roughly $14 million in funding from the federal and provincial government that we would be giving back or not accessing if we didn't proceed with geothermal.
Okay. So it wouldn't affect the other funding, right?
It's unlikely that it would, correct.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay. I mean, yeah, so we could do it. I guess we could do it. We could cancel the geothermal, just go natural gas. And I guess the other thing I didn't see in the report or anything was, I started seeing all this stuff about solar and I didn't see any costs on solar with the facility either. Like, what's the cost of that all with the aquatic center?
Can I get Mr. Schisler to confirm what Rasevich said? Can we do it? The question earlier.
Oh, sorry. I mean, technically, can we say no geothermal and yes to natural gas as a full heating system? Yes. Yes, that's certainly capable. There are those implications that are there, but yes, that's possible. This next question, I'm looking at my team. I don't believe we did a lot of analysis in solar. I know it is an evolving industry. There's lots of stuff that goes on there. There are, you know, challenges there.
What's the cost? I mean, I didn't see anything about, you know, because they want to incorporate a bunch of solar into the facility, and I didn't see any costs or anything related to that.
I'll ask Mr. Struthers to provide some details.
So through the chair, we have looked at other sustainability options for green energy, including solar, and we're currently planning a 100 kilowatt system for approximately 250,000.
Okay. So that's, okay, it's plugged, okay, that's in there. Okay, thank you. So we could still have the dog parks then? We could do the dog parks, we could do artificial turf. I'm just saying we could still do some of the recreational facilities. Dog parks.
Okay, does anyone from admin want to comment on that, or should we move to the next question?
Next.
Okay, the next question, okay, are you done, Councillor Rastovich?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Fro is up next.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I think it's clear that when we allow our recreational spaces to deteriorate, we let our city deteriorate. So in my mind, this isn't really about a pool at all. It's about investing into making Regina a place that people want to live and visit. So we've seen time and time again that when we delay this pool, it hurts our community and it costs us time and money. I believe the average age of our recreational spaces in Regina is 40 years, and the outdoor pools average around 64 years old. So I think the community has resoundingly told us to move forward, both by way of the delegations today. I believe I read 78% of stakeholders that use the Lawson have asked for a new facility. Roughly 90% of people surveyed either support or strongly support the indoor aquatic facilities. The question is, how long are we going to wait, and how do we want to move forward? And so with that in mind, I just have a couple of questions regarding administration's recommendation. I guess the first question is, in this case, as it relates to the recreational master plan and artificial turf. So it indicates in the report that artificial turf for outdoor is a very high priority. I wasn't able to find context in the recreational master plan, but I did hear you say it's a placeholder. So what I'm looking for is what is the intended usage of that artificial turf? It's clearly turf in this community is in high demand. Soccer, football, frisbee, all kinds of sports. I understand this was sort of a longer term item, but that it was a placeholder. But I'd like to understand the opportunity costs and implications of that as my first question.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Burton to respond to that.
Thank you. Through the chair, the Recreation Master Plan averages money over the 10-year planning program, so it was earmarked as a placeholder, as you noted. I don't think it means that we wouldn't do work on artificial turf. It was just money that was found that hadn't been allocated to a specific project.
Okay, that's important context, and I appreciate that. I guess another question as it relates to usage, we indicate that Mosaic Stadium's being used in evenings and weekends roughly 60% of the time. There's indication that, you know, if need be, we may push user groups there. What cost implications would that have with user groups? And secondly, have we consulted with any user groups as to whether Mosaic Stadium would be an appropriate place for them to use?
Ask Ms. Burton again.
Thank you, and through the chair, my staff are experiencing the same delay on Teams as others, so I am just awaiting a response on that.
Okay, that's okay. We can take that offline. I think we all want to see a higher utilization rate of Mosaic Stadium, but what we don't want to do is inadvertently raise costs for a community or volunteer-run sports groups, and certainly we want to test that assumption that the field is available when these sports need them. I'd like to focus my questions now on the increase in costs. And I think the average person paying attention to this, you know, will be really interested as well. So undoubtedly delay costs money. I think construction inflation is rate between 3.7%, 4%. And so, that accounts for $9.5, $10 million. And I think there was some good information in the report as to other areas. But what I'm looking for is when we look at that $40 million, and I understand the difference between a Class B and the current cost estimate, but for those that might be watching or paying attention, I'd like a breakdown as to where we expect those additional costs came from. Shipping, tariffs, transportation, labor costs, you know, general inflation, but I do think we need to provide, even at an estimate, what is the breakdown of that $40 million of those main sort of inputs to the increase?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll start, and then I think I'll ask Mr. Doka from Wright to offer some comments about what we're seeing. Generally speaking, Councillor, the cost estimates we're seeing now are slightly less than half would be inflationary. The rest would be a result of clarifying the design. You know, when you're at a certain level of estimate, you think something might be, as an example, 100 square feet. As you dial it in, it's either 98 or 108. I mean, when you get more specificity, you can more precisely cost things. So it's a combination of a number of factors. And we did ask our colleagues at West Urgent, right, to analyze what is going on and how we got to this point here in the recent months. And so if it's fair, I'll ask Mr. Doka to offer some comments on their analysis.
Thank you. Through the chair. I'll start with the inflation maybe first. We don't specifically track shipping costs per se, like by subtrades when they're sending that in. So some of that level of detail is really hard to get, but can appreciate, you know, some of the things under inflation. You know, there are labor costs for sure. Then there's material costs, equipment, and then also the shipping, rising fuel costs, those kind of things. Getting into a level of detail of how much each one of those is truly impacting is pretty tough. We do feel, you know, looking at it at a high level, the labor component of it is probably generating the majority of that, probably half of that. There's a lot of work out there in the province right now, and we are competing with a lot of other large projects, and there are more large projects coming. So, you know, we don't see that slowing down anytime soon. So labor is going to be one of the main things we're fighting here. And so going back to what I was saying, labor is probably half of that premium. The material, transportation cost, all of that combined probably makes up the other half, and I don't know that I could really give you a better breakdown than that. The transportation piece is probably on the minor side of it. It is the equipment we're trying to source.
Okay.
Through the chair, based on the procurement process that we have, what options, if any, are available to us and through us taxpayers as relates to an affordability ceiling or sort of mitigating measures that might mitigate the risk of us having to come back again and ask for another increase to taxpayers in the community?
Through the chair, I think generally, and then I'll maybe get Mr. Doka to comment again, but you know, the process does look at this at every stage. There's been lots of work done around making sure we're spending something that provides value. There's been a number of reductions to various things totaling a considerable amount of money so far. You know, certain things are difficult to lock down, if you will, over a longer period of time. Some are easier. Generally speaking, we're looking for those opportunities either through decisions we make or contracts we put out for bid or not at different times and things like that. But I'll let Mr. Doka speak as well.
Sorry, if I may, just before through the chair, I guess the question is, perhaps I should know, I don't, within our existing procurement process and our relationship with the folks that are here today, what tools, if any, do we as the city have to mitigate our own risk or transfer some of that risk as this project, as shovels get into the ground?
So through the chair, I'd say through the procurement and the contracting process, I mean, put in place certain clauses, certain predictions. I mean, in some cases you can get a cost certain arrangement. That is difficult on a multi-year inflationary environment. So generally speaking, not in particular this project, if you ask a provider, a supplier, a contractor for something that's cost certain over some period of time, they'll bid that price up to. So it looks like you've got cost certainty, and you do, but you've paid a premium pricing for that. So I think those would be some of the challenges we have. The other way we're doing this is we are not sort of awarding everything all at once. We are doing some work, and then we are looking at the next stage of design and the next stage, so that we are more responsive, I guess, and agile through that period of time. We will always be, I guess, at the bit of the vagaries of what could happen to the price of X in 2028, but we're always looking ahead and trying to nail that down. So I'm going to ask Mr. Doka to add in as well some perspective on what's happening up there.
Thank you. Through the chair. Okay, I'll try and elaborate on a couple of those points. So to start with, the way we're going to go about the procurement, we've looked at the budgeting. The difference, I think, now is that you've brought a construction manager on board. We're now working with the design team and your project team. And we are also reaching out to the industry, major trade partners that we have in the industry. So we've been able to look at that design, go out to some industry people, get their take on what they're seeing on the design, and then we bring that feedback back to the project team. And we've made modifications through that process. So that gives us a lot more certainty in where the budget sits currently, because we've had that feedback and that input. And because of the procurement model you have going on right now, you're allowed to do that. In a hard bid situation, you would design this, you would put it out, you would get your numbers, and then you would deal with that overage. Right now, you have contractors at the table helping provide input into that design all along the process. And as we go through that, it's kind of our job to be strategic about which packages we are focusing on and which ones we want to push out to the market, at what stages, that would provide best value to the team. So we have actively been doing that. That's what's gone into the current budget that you see right now. And then we've also gone and forecasted validated what we believe the schedule to be and forecasted certain contingencies to cover off future escalation from this point going forward, as well as contingencies to cover off the remaining phases of design that has to happen. We're not fully designed yet, so as we work through that, we have contingency there to pick up the remaining pieces of the design that we'll need to, as well as construction. So we are confident with the numbers we've put together now and the input we have had, that we won't be back here asking for more money with where we sit right now. That's what gives us that confidence. The other question I think you asked was within the procurement model for the city's risk profile. And there are clauses throughout that contract where we get to certain points in the contract and procurement where you can ask us for cost certainty and lock that number in and assume the risk of the rest of the project. Okay. Again, so that we're not back asking for money and you get your cost certainty.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think those that paid attention to the stadium project will sort of point to, in my terminology might be wrong, but sort of the fixed or guaranteed price associated with that project and a budget that we worked under. Councillor Rasmus asked a question that I think we should follow up on and get some clarity on, which is this conversation around geothermal, notwithstanding the administration's recommendation and the environmental impact. I heard Ryan say that the funding from the federal and provincial dollars for geothermal, if we were to go to natural gas, doesn't put at risk the dollars for the other project. What I'm looking for is, Councillor Rasvich made some points. What I'm looking for is administration's take on those points in terms of what would that mean from a dollars and cents perspective, for us in terms of its implication on outdoor pools, dog parks, turf, whatever it may be. So what is administration's view on not moving forward with the geothermal? How does it impact from a dollars and cents, but also how does it impact some of the other priorities in the recreational master plan? I'd like to hear from admin in terms of your recommendation on that.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I'll start that off. I think, the numbers that were there currently in the report before you, the geothermal total would be 28.5 million. Of that, the city's share would be 13.8 million, and the ISIP component would be 14.7. So that 14.7 wouldn't obviously be available if we didn't do the geothermal, and we would remove 13.8 for geothermal from the budget. We would have to relook at some elements of design, and I'll turn it over to the folks to talk about that a bit, just to make sure. So it may not be a massive thing, but now you're changing geothermal to natural gas, so just making sure that we would have obviously the cost of putting in a full natural gas heating system, and then the cost of the operation and the gas going out in the future. The environmental impact is, I think, reasonably well quantified in the report around carbon and the amount that would be injected into the environment over the years. And I think a third, it's not really quantifiable, Councillor, but this idea of innovation, one of the largest geothermal project in the country, having, interest around that, use, learning, innovation, technology, education around that type of engineering and how it can be applied in Canada and Regina, Saskatchewan. Can't quantify it, but I do believe there's some value there as we go over time. But those would be the main elements, and I think I'll ask Ms. Shaley to start this. Thanks.
Through the chair, so as Mr. Schisler has relayed, the city share of geothermal is 13.8 million. If council decided not to go ahead with geothermal, we wouldn't be able to allocate that whole amount to the indoor aquatic center. We would need to, we've spent about $1 million on design, and then there's another $4 million that would be required for the natural gas system. So as the report says, we would be able to reallocate about $9 million to the indoor aquatic center. It would be up to council in terms of the funding model you see in option 1. You could take that $9 million and either use it to reduce debt or apply it to the recreation projects that had previously been identified as funding sources.
Thank you.
You have 20 seconds left, Councillor Fro, and then after that we will go on our lunch break.
Sure. Quickly, what are the broader real estate and redevelopment plan associated with the Indoor Aquatic Center, Taylor Field, and North Central? We did a one-off with the stadium. Are we being holistic and mindful in terms of the broader development of the community?
I'll ask Mr. Anderson to respond to that through the chair.
Thank you, and through the chair. So yeah, great question. Definitely, as we move forward on the Taylor Field lands, having the IAF there is a big portion of what we think will drive interest in developing that space out. Quantifiably, we're not there yet. We're in the beginning stages of developing out that land, but definitely when we speak about it internally, we believe that drives value to that land as we look for a partner long-term to develop it out. And maybe I'll just piggyback on your last question around funding. I just want the council to be aware, administration has also been tasked with an environmental sustainability goal. And so if we remove geothermal from this project, we would have to analyze what other retrofits we would have to do and the cost of those in order to meet those goals. So this is a big part of also meeting our environmental standard goals. And so if we just 5 years from now then had to retrofit the pool to meet that standard, we would just be delaying that cost instead of eliminating it.
Thank you. Just to wrap up real quickly, the cost of this is similar to the stadium. The only difference is this facility will be open 360 days a year, and I think costs the average family $14 in today's cost. So, if we let our facilities deteriorate, we let Regina deteriorate. So I appreciate the answers to my questions today. I appreciate the guests as well. Thank you.
We will take our mandatory lunch break for 45 minutes, and we will be back at 1:05. Okay, if we can get everyone back in your seats. Showtime is about to start. Yep. Okay, hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. We're going to see how our IT did over lunchtime, and we are going to head over to Councillor Burton with any questions.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, IT, for doing the magic there. So I've received communications on this pool from both sides. I've got many people that are anxious to see the new facility built and want to use it. I have other people concerned about their taxes. So I've got a few different questions. First is about the Massey pool. Got a few questions on that. And I see it was built in 1964 and is nearing the end of its useful life. And coincidentally, I was born at home in nearby Hillsdale. And I just first want to strenuously object to the notion that something coming into the world in 1964 is nearing the end of its useful life. But I'll get past that. The first question I have through the chair is, how long does Massey Pool operate per year? Is it 3 months? Is it 4 months? Could you first educate me on that?
That's Ms. Burton.
Thank you, and through the chair, it operates for about an average of 3 months a year.
And through the chair, would the vast majority of that attendance be July and August, with June and September being relatively lightweight attendance?
That would be correct, and attendance would also depend on the weather.
Okay. Could you estimate, just ballpark, what the cost is to shut down and start up each year for an outdoor pool?
I would actually probably look to the gentleman to my right.
Mr. Hanson.
Yep, through the chair. I don't have the number specifically related to startup and shutdown of, say, Massey Pool, but I would anticipate the maintenance dollars there are about upwards of $50,000 a year.
Okay, thank you. To the administration through the chair, we've seen some increases here. There's been a refinement of costs as moved from Class E to Class B. We've also had just the general inflation and tariffs coming in there. Are there any comparators that you have for other projects going on for increases that would be similar or different? Is there anything you could compare to?
Okay, so you're saying bigger projects in through the chair, Councillor, are we seeing other examples where we're seeing escalation, et cetera, similar?
Correct. That is correct.
I'm just going to look to our colleagues from Western Wright and Colliers to see if they, and you can pass, those are the rules, but if you know of any similar.
Through the chair, this is not uncommon in our world right now. We're watching costs escalate similar to this on, I would say, most of the projects, the larger projects that are in a current state of this, going through design and trying to get into construction. So this is not uncommon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I would just like the administration to clarify that with the proposed solution here, that there wouldn't be any tax increases with that we are making choices as to where we want to deploy our money, and that we aren't actually doing any tax increases, because that was a great concern for a number of constituents that contacted me. I was wondering if you could just kind of speak to that.
I'll ask Mr. Anderson to respond to that through the chair.
And through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Burton. As part of this, we will be getting an additional $10 million of debt, which works out to roughly 57 cents per month for the median household. So yes, there is an increase in tax for this.
Okay, so 57 cents a month, okay? A couple of coffees a year, perhaps, or stuff like that. So that's my questions. I'll just make a statement that I am the past chairman of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board back in 2009 kind of time frame there. And everybody knows that I'm a rink guy, that hockey and arenas are important here. But I do recall from my time as chair that pools actually were highest ranking on the list for community benefit, that from the ages, from the groups, from the various disciplines, that it was actually the highest on the list here. And I do not see any reason that I would not continue to support this, and I want to see this thing move ahead. I will be supporting the program moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Mancinelli.
Just a couple of comments and a clarification. Don't appreciate the situation we're in with the escalation to costs, but I do appreciate the report that administration provided and the mitigating factors, mitigating steps they're taking to get those costs back in check. I know there's some hard decisions there, but I appreciate them. I appreciate the list. And there was a little bit of debate about the geothermal today on whether or not that could right-size this operation. And I just wanted to make sure it was a clear answer that that wasn't really as cut and dry as it made it sound. If I understood the answer properly, it's a $30 million project roughly. Just a little bit over 14 is grant money. So that means we're spending 13.8. If we got rid of the geothermal, we have the backup heater system that we'd need for maintenance times anyways, but we'd have to install a whole new boiler that would replace the geothermal system. And that's $4 million. And then the cost of redesign would be $1 million or $2 million on top of that. So getting rid of geothermal doesn't backfill the hole at all. And then we'd have to pay for fuel for the next 50 years. Is that how that reply went? Through the chair?
Thanks for that question through the chair. I'm going to ask Ms. Shaley to summarize again, and she may turn it over to one of the engineers, Councillor, but I'm going to ask Ms. Shaley to summarize that again, as she did previously.
Thank you.
Through the chair, so I think your math was right. So the city's share of geothermal is $13.8 million. Within the guidelines of the ISA program, we would not be able to reallocate the federal and provincial share, which is 14.7 million. So as you suggested, if you subtract the design costs of $1 million that we've already spent to date, and then the additional costs for the boiler system, we get down to $9 million that could be transferred to the IAF project, like to the pool. Administration did not put that forward as an option within the options section of the report because we did, as one of our ELT members relayed, we did consider the fact that council has some significant ESF standards to meet. And so that's why you didn't see that within the options section, but it's certainly a consideration. In terms of operating costs and natural gas prices, I might ask my colleague, Mr. Struthers, to comment. There is some uncertainty, but I'll ask Mr. Struthers if he has anything further to add.
So through the chair, the big difference between the geothermal and the traditional natural gas heating system is capital costs. So natural gas is much cheaper to install. Geothermal is a much larger capital investment. Over time, annual operating costs for the natural gas system are higher and could be subject to changes in gas prices and that type of thing. When you look at it over the 50-year period that we're projecting that life to be, total costs, capital and operating are equivalent for both systems, but the natural gas system would be more subjective to future gas rate increases.
Oh, so they're equal in today's dollars, but if you escalate the price of fuel going forward 50 years, you start to lose that edge as you start to go forward in time. Is that what you're saying?
So through the chair, I think more analysis would be needed on that. But yeah, I would say that's
in a nutshell? Okay, thanks. So yeah, I didn't think that covered the spread. And when I look at the ingenuity and it's a design that we could use in our neck of the woods going forward for all of the different environmental encumbrances we're going to encounter. And I think it's a great design and I'm all for it. So it's going to be some hard times. I don't appreciate the information. I don't like the extra money, but I know how important this is to the community and to the health of our community. So I support it. Thank you.
Councillor Zakiniak?
It's not on yet. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I have lots of questions. I'm going to start with recommendation number 3. I'm not that comfortable with it. So we're supposed to delegate authority to the city manager to revise project elements while maintaining alignment with project intent. That's a bit vague for me. So how do I know, what's the project intent that is supposed to be maintained with recommendation number 3, through the chair?
Thank you, through the chair. And just to clarify, I think I've got you right on the very first page of the report, point number 3 under the recommendation, not option 3, just for everybody following along. Okay. So yeah, this speaks to how much leeway, I guess, the project team has to make design decisions within approved scope and to meet the targets and goals. And I'm actually going to ask Ms. Shaley to add some more commentary to why we're asking for this, because we did have quite a discussion about it.
Through the chair, so in some of our previous reports to council, we've had a very specific scope for the project outline that council has approved. And so just as an example, 3 water slides, specifics around the hot tub, specifics around the program pool. So one of the challenges we've had as a project team when we're trying to find efficiencies and reduce costs is looking at the trade-offs related to the council approved scope. And we have very high accessibility targets, which we do not want to compromise. We have high targets related to sustainability, and then we have a very specific scope when it comes to program. And so what that would look like if council granted the authority to the project team is if we needed to remove a water slide so we didn't have to come back to council again, or remove a hot tub, or make some changes to the scope of the program of that nature, that the project team would have the authority to do that without touching the major intent in terms of having 2 50-meter pools and having a really exciting leisure area that's attractive to all ages of the population.
Okay, so would an example of that being like the change from LEED gold to LEED silver as an example?
So that's one of the things that we outlined within the report. The work we've done with Westridge Wright and our design team to understand the costs of LEED gold has suggested that we would be in a better position aiming for LEED silver and focusing on what aspects of the facility from a sustainability lens would provide the greatest benefits through the sustainability lens. Rather than focusing specifically on elements of the scorecard, we would be weighing the costs and benefits of each aspect of the design.
Okay, so, and do you anticipate, though, at this point in the project, that you would have to come back to council to revise project elements if number 3 doesn't go ahead?
Through the chair, so it's a little bit hard to predict where we'd end up. The current design that's outlined in option 1 in terms of sustainability is LEED silver. That's the design with the projected budget that's included in the report. If we didn't have council's authority through item number 3, it would provide us less flexibility if we needed to make trade-offs related to some of those program elements that I talked about. Having said that, we are at a fairly late stage of the design process. And so as our construction manager has relayed, there's a higher degree of confidence in the Class B estimate because of the fact that the floor plan and all the program elements are locked in today.
Okay. I'm not comfortable actually with delegating authority to revise project elements. I think those should come back to council and that we should be aware of them and the community should be aware of them. We've heard that that's potentially unlikely to, or we're late in the game, so that may not occur. But I think folks would want to know if elements were being removed and have the ability to comment on that. So I'm going to ask to vote on number 3 separately. For some of my questions though, so the debt, we talked about, you know, if the 10 million that comes from the debt limit has implications on, I'm not finding this in my notes right now. So someone can answer that question. What's the implications of the $10 million debt addition for the pool? We take that away from, can someone remind me? No, not the cost.
So I'll ask Ms. Callender to respond to that and perhaps provide some context within the overall debt limit.
Unfunded development charge projects.
Okay.
Yes, in order to ensure or to add the additional 10 million for the indoor aquatic facility, there's adjustments to the current list of what we've anticipated previously that we require debt for. And so in the table on table 2, you'll see that we've added the 10 million for the pool. The lift station's been added in there. That was here a couple weeks ago. And so without making any changes to the library amount of debt that was required for the library or was approved in principle quite a while ago, the reduction came to the unfunded development charge projects.
Right, can you be more specific about what the implications of removing $10 million from that would be?
Yeah, I have a little bit of information on that here. Just let me find it. So initially, there was to be the 25 million in addition to the 30 million we're getting this year for the unfunded development charges. And so that 30 million that we're getting this year for those projects will cover projects to the end of 2027. And so the 25 that's been reduced to 8 won't impact any plans until 2028. And so a review of those projects will be done as part of the budget preparation.
Okay, thank you. I understand we're working with an external consulting firm on the sponsorship and naming rights. First, I want to make sure that our team, Ms. Johnson, that you're working with them. And secondly, do we know when that work will be completed in terms of trying to fill some of the funding gap?
Thank you. Through the chair, we are working with them. We had an initial meeting recently, and that meeting was quite positive. They think the estimated $10 million is a reasonable goal to achieve. We don't have an end date for the work. The vast majority of the work, though, will be over the next year and a half or so to reach out to potential donors, sponsors, naming rights, and then start securing agreements as those come through.
Thank you. In relation to this LEED certification, so what I'm also wondering is, I know that you can pursue the elements of certification without actually paying for the certification. And so this would perhaps apply for any of these certifications. Have we considered that instead of paying for any level of certification, pursuing the elements and just having them without the certification?
Ask Mr. Struthers to start.
Yeah, so through the chair, we did consider that early on, and the external third-party validation and certification was deemed important, but that is something that we could consider further.
Why was that deemed important?
Through the chair, so LEED certification is an industry standard, and to have a verified third-party objective certification demonstrating that is important.
So if I wish for that to have further exploration, what would be the process for that?
So through the chair, I think there's, as we continue on the design work, more work we could do to verify exactly what that looks like. I don't have any more specifics today for that, but that's something we can follow up on.
Yeah, because I'm suggesting that if it's a matter of getting the certification or scaling back our sustainability elements, I think it would be, in my opinion, better to not pursue the official designation yet still have the sustainability elements. So I guess I'll just leave that with your team for consideration. Okay. And then, so also, okay, I want to touch on the geothermal for a moment. So what I've learned about geothermal throughout this process is and this was touched on slightly, is the potential ability for the exploration of this energy source throughout our entire city and southern Saskatchewan. Can someone from administration touch base on this potential energy source that we have in Regina, throughout Regina? What have we learned about that throughout this exploration? And what would be potential implications to exploring this for future energy, as an energy source?
Through the chair, there was a feasibility study done prior to this work getting underway. I'm kind of looking at two of my friendly engineers. I don't know. Mr. Hanson? Mr. Hanson can add more engineering perspective.
Yep, through the chair. So the geothermal feasibility study did look at the potential of using this technology at the IAF and beyond the IAF, potentially to accommodate other facilities nearby or other development nearby. The feasibility study did determine, and work that's been done previously related to the U of R test well does demonstrate that Regina is in a bit of a sweet spot as far as tapping into this energy source. The subsurface conditions are ideal for tapping into the aquifer beneath us, and the water temperature is appropriate for facility heating and other heating uses. So it would be throughout this community and kind of throughout, I wouldn't say maybe the southern half of the province, but a fairly wide band throughout the southern part of the province.
Great, thank you. So I see
Councillor
this.
Zakiniak, you have a minute left.
Thank you. I see this as not just something that is worthwhile exploring for this project. I see this as a revenue generating potential energy opportunity for our city moving forward. So I think it's really important. But I also want to clarify in Appendix C, it talks about after including the federal ISIP funding, the geothermal heating facility costs $4.6 million less than the natural gas system. So that's different from what's been expressed to us today. So can someone clarify that to us, please?
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Shaley to maybe start, or Mr. Yeah. Oh, Struthers. Mr. Struthers, sorry.
Yeah, so through the chair, Appendix C illustrates the difference essentially with or without the carbon tax. So that compares the two systems, the geothermal versus the natural gas in the tables there over 50 years.
So are you saying the 4.6 million less was considering the carbon tax, and that's why the numbers are different?
That's correct.
Okay.
Through the chair.
So I don't know how much time I now have, but I do support how administration has recommended to proceed with this project, all things considered. I think that all in all, these recommendations are sound and make sense and limit the implications to the taxpayer. I might have some additional questions if an amendment is brought forward, but overall, I think that these are sound recommendations, and I appreciate all the work done. Thank you.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. First of all, I would like to make an amendment to, I think it's 1, 2, and that would be the items. I would like to exclude the dog parks from the funding and replace that with taking the additional 1.2 from outdoor pools. There's lots of questions now. Okay, oh, so I guess I get to, do I need a seconder? Okay, I don't need a seconder. Okay, so just speaking to this, the dog parks is a minimal amount of this, and it's very important to a lot of voters, well, not voters, but to our community and people we've talked to at the doors, and having that 1.2 million taken away over the next 10 years makes a huge impact on the parks plan. So I would like to leave that. And as we've heard from today, we do have the most outdoor pools, and it does make more sense for us to prioritize getting our outdoor pools to more to keep them maintained and the right amount of them versus upkeeping all of them. So this amendment, and I will just ask some questions about it now. I wanted to ask administration if we were to take the dog parks off of this list for consideration, what would you recommend, and would you also recommend the outdoor pools, or would you look at something different in order to?
Thank you, through the chair. And so certainly we can support this. We certainly intend to develop future dog parks over the next 10 years. And I think the reallocation or the additional funding coming from outdoor pools is manageable over the terms of the rec culture capital plan.
Okay. Councillor Stiglitz?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I had a few questions. Are we only speaking to the amendment? Well, when do I get to ask questions? Later? Okay. Sorry, I'm busy typing them out so I can read them to myself later. Apologies. No questions right now.
Just a reminder to members, this is about the amendment on the screen, and on the amendment on the screen, next up is Councillor Bizo.
Yeah, no, my question, I was actually had my light on before you made the amendment, so I'm back to this, so this has nothing to do with it.
Okay, well, actually, Zakiniak, and then Crow.
Thank you. What I saw in the original recommendations in terms of deferring outdoor pool maintenance is it looks like, I wanted to confirm this, that under apart from this amendment, originally the reconstruction of Buffalo Meadows would have been deferred from 2030 to 2031, perhaps, like based on what was originally in the report. So I wanted to first confirm that, and then secondly, ask what implication this amendment would have specific to that pool.
Through the chair, I would refer that question to Ms. Burton or Mr. Hanson. Ms. Burton.
Thank you. And through the chair, when the recommendation was put forward, there was money left in the capital plan to decommission an outdoor pool. So the costs of that are somewhat unknown, but we do believe that it would be manageable within the what's remaining to still do that. I don't know that it would be Buffalo Meadows that would be affected.
Okay, well, it does, I don't know, now I don't have exactly where in the report. It talks about not like a reconstruction of Buffalo Meadows that was originally going to happen, I believe, in 2030. And with the original recommendations, it looks like it wouldn't have implications till 2031. I guess what I'm asking, so like, is that accurate? Like, and I don't have a page number to give you right now. And then secondly, if I'm speaking specifically about Buffalo Meadows Pool, what, and this goes ahead, the amendment, is there additional repercussions to that pool, specifically that one? Or we don't know?
Thank you, and through the chair, it would likely or potentially push it back one more year.
Okay, so I think that based on that, I probably can't support this amendment. I'm the counselor for North Central. That pool is essential to that community, so I really can't support an amendment that might defer doing reconstruction on that pool, puts it at risk of failure. What I also want to ask about is when we look at, like, I understand the concerns about dog parks, but when I look at that section, I guess what I don't fully understand is, so if that money gets taken away from dog parks, I understand that some of these projects are stalled out. That's why I believe the money is perhaps able to be reallocated. So if someone can clarify, like, without this amendment, it's just saying we can't proceed with these projects, but we will find a way to proceed later. Is that accurate?
Thank you, through the chair. So certainly the dog park that is planned for A.E. Wilson sports area is delayed currently. We're not sure for how long that will be delayed. But I think what we're saying here is that we will, over the next number of years, look to our recreation capital plan to potentially reallocate some other pieces or find additional funding within the plan over the 10 years to proceed with that project.
And then, so if the money does get reallocated from dog parks, what I want to know, I understand, because I've been, like, A. Wilson Park, that's also in my ward. I've been apprised of what's been going on there. Right now it's a mess with, like, you know, there's fencing all over the place. So regardless of what happens with that deferral, we will be finishing the remediation
30
efforts.
seconds.
And then would restore the park to, like, its previous look, or what would happen there?
Through the chair, at this time, we are looking to remediation. We don't know what the full extent of that remediation requirement is. We're doing an assessment. And also at this time, our intention is to move ahead with the plan to create a dog park in that location.
Okay.
You have 20 seconds left, Councillor Zakinia.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, and although it's not much, I can't support anything that would have a negative impact on such an important resource in North Central, so I can't support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Fro?
Through the chair, have we consulted with any potential user groups, be that pickleball? Obviously, we heard from the dog park representatives as sort of part of our analysis.
Through the chair, I don't think we have directly consulted with those user groups for these adjustments. I will say right now our outdoor pickleball courts are not overutilized. And so at this time, we don't see the requirement for more outdoor pickleball fields. I would ask Ms. Burton if she has anything further to add to that.
I would just say, I don't think consultation necessarily occurred, but we did make them aware of the recommendations that were being put forward in the report. They were added to the interested parties list and given the opportunity to come and make comment to council, which is why you heard comment from some of those user groups today.
Thank you. What is the current dedicated mill rate that we have for sort of recreational assets generally, be that a playground or pickleball court or turf? Do we have any mechanism today? I believe we do, right?
Thank you. Through the chair, I believe that was 0.45 over 5 years, and that 5-year period, so that amount of funding is allocated annually to the Rec and Culture capital plan.
So if we move forward with the recommendation from administration today, would it be correct to say that nothing would preclude us going to this 2-year budget cycle or in the coming years of looking at alternative ways to ensure that there's dog parks or pickleball courts? We're making a decision at a moment in time. We're allocating dollars for this project, but that we have other tools if we decide to use them to ensure that there's pickleball courts, dog parks, whatever amenities the community asks for.
Thank you through the chair. Yes, I would say that that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
City Manager?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to address that question, Councillor Fro, in response to you and all other members. Once we begin to discuss the proposed 2-year budget starting in September, anything and everything can be on the table. So no decision that you make today necessarily precludes you from making any other recommendation and having a debate in the coming months.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Sorry, I forgot my hand was up. I believe I got my answer through Councillor Skidniak's questions. The $1.2 million taken from outdoor pools just pushes it further in the future. I think that was enough for me to understand how the amendment worked. Thank you.
And Councillor Burton?
Thank you. I guess as I'm looking at this here, yes, I support dog parks, and they're a good thing. We had a dog that lived to the age of 15 years, and we took it to the dog park and had a great time. But we also took our dog around the bike path and had a great time, and parked near us and had a great time, and took it many times around the block or two, and he had a great time here for that. When we talk about some things like the Buffalo Pool, and I want to take my kid somewhere, well, I can't take my kid to the creek or to Wascana Lake. So we ran for this position to make some tough decisions, and my decision would be that I want to support the Buffalo Pool, and I would not be voting in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I don't need to vote on, just take to vote. I don't think there's any further debate on this. Okay, I'll call a vote on the amendment. Mayor Baczynski, your vote on the amendment, please. And he's gone.
Through you, Chair, the motion is lost in a vote of 9-1. The following members voting in favor as follows: Councillor Turnbull, and the following voting against were Councillors Burton, Bezo, Rasevich, Zakidniak, Siklis, Flores, Mancinelli, Fro, and Radins.
So we go back to the main motion. And so Councillor Siklis and Councillor Bezo, if you want to speak. Okay, Councillor Siklis.
Thank you. A few questions in no particular order. I was just writing them down. Forgive me if I'm reading because my notes that I took are horrible, so I had to type them out so I could read them. On the geothermal piece, I remember we did a lunch and learn, or actually it wasn't lunch, it was earlier than that. It was an early morning learn. and I think I asked the question then, but I don't remember the answer, so forgive me if I'm repeating myself. Can we connect one or more future lines to the planned geothermal plant to benefit the real campus, let's say, next door, or our upcoming home development, also next door to the IAF?
I'll ask Mr. Struthers through the chair.
So through the chair, the design work on geothermal to date has been sized to match the indoor aquatics facility's energy needs. But we are looking at potentially how that could be set up that in the future, additional capacity could be extended, but there's no certainties around that at this time.
So should this be a success, and I have every hope that it would be, we would have to build another plant?
So through the chair, it would depend, depending on location, for example. If it's in a far distance from the current indoor aquatic facility, then it certainly would be another system. If it was very close to the IAF and we're able to confirm that there is more capacity, which we're not certain of today, that is a potential, but for now the design and sizing of the geothermal system is sized to meet the demand of the indoor aquatic facility energy needs.
Wouldn't it make sense, since the new home development is right next door, not a lot of calculation needed, you can see that on a map, and you can see where the real buildings are, also on a map. We can calculate those distances, know that you're going in on an angle, 7 kilometers down, is it? 7,000 meters, is that right? Or 5,000? Why so difficult to make a determination now whether we could handle that?
So through the chair, just to confirm, the distance we're going down on geothermal is about 2.2 kilometers.
Better.
So with all the design work done, we're very confident on the geology. However, final absolute certainty on performance won't be known until initial drilling and testing is completed.
Yeah.
So at that time, maybe an additional, could be determined that an additional well, for example, may be needed to be drilled. And at that time, the location could be confirmed on where that could happen.
So let me try and ask this one more way. Is there enough space on the lot to expand that plant in the future, if it's successful?
Through the chair, today I don't have enough information on that. I would say it's unlikely, but we would need to really understand what the future needs and capacity in addition to the pool would be on that system.
Can I get some answers from someone?
So I can try it through the chair. I think, Councillor, what team is saying is it's possible. We can't assess and evaluate it right now. We need to get further down our process and drill and see what's there, and then we can make that determination. So nobody's saying yes or no. It's possible. We can take a look at it. We just can't validate it today. So good idea, something we can look at in the future, not something we can quantify with precision today.
My next question's on design. I've heard a member of admin today, I don't remember who, say, quote, "as we continue to design," unquote. This scares the heck out of me and my constituents. When are we going to stop designing this thing and lock in the numbers? And what will that final figure be?
So through the chair, this is part of the process where you continue to refine design as you move through phases of estimates and project on a large project of this nature. The exact stage we're at and where we're at from that, I'm going to start. I'll ask Ms. Shaley to provide some comments. She may ask others to clarify.
Through the chair, so just to maybe describe in a little more detail in terms of where we're at with design, we're at the conclusion of the design phase where we have our floor plan locked in, and basically we're ready to start the first package, like the first tender package, the detailed design for the first tender package. So the work that's left to do is really at a detailed design phase. And I feel like it would be valuable for council to hear our construction managers talk about the model that we're using, because they can provide some more insight on where we're at, what's left, and the level of confidence we have in the numbers that we're talking about today.
Through the chair, so I guess I would say we talked about this a little bit previously. with the delivery model we've been working with the designers and the project team to understand the scope. While we are looking at the drawings, we're taking those drawing packages and we are talking to major trade partners in the industry to have them look at that scope as well and bring feedback back to the design team. I talked about that earlier. That's what's giving us confidence in the budget numbers that we have right now. There is still detailed design that needs to take place to really fine tune what exact mechanical unit we're going to order, per se. So that's the level of design that needs to still take place. What we do on our system is as we work through those budgets, we understand where the drawings are at and how much design work is left. We solicit input from the market and the industry, and then we assign some contingencies. We have a design contingency that will cover off the remaining design that needs to be done. And what we do there is, as the design progresses, we reach back out to the industry, we get some updated data on where we think that cost is if it looks like it's going to start trending in up, then we get around the table again and we talk about options. We get some options from the industry on how to bring things back down. We take that back to the design team, and there's this forever back and forth until we get to a point where we're happy and staying within this budget that we've created.
Thank you, Chris. We chatted about this a little bit on the break, and you gave me some clarity on how this works. As decision makers for this project, why wouldn't we have a fully baked plan come to us as opposed to this incremental, here's another 30 million or 40, what are you going to tell us a month from now or next year or 2 years from now? I'm really worried about that. You know, we built a stadium for about the same money, inflation adjusted, and we had a fixed price. Why couldn't we have done it that way and had some certainty? Why are we doing it this way?
Through the chair, I think this might be a few of us to answer this. I think a couple of thoughts go through my head. One is just around approval process. One was the feasibility. This is a need in the community. Back to 2021, 2022, a feasibility study. What might this look like? At some point, you know, project governance requires at least a soft go or no go before you know every single detail. We have this need for a pool. It looks like about this. Does this make sense or not? Before we go spend millions of dollars on design, understanding where it could be, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there's some stage gating that goes along. That may be an old terminology. I'm never sure if I'm in a waterfall or agile, but anyway, there are decision points along the way where it makes sense to have some support or not before you know everything. You're just kind of, yeah, this makes sense. Carry on to the next point. Carry on to the next point. There's some of that. I think too, the refinement of it and the way that we've set it up and the model that we've gone with as we've been in the report, but certainly in previous reports, gives us some advantages as we go through a large, complex, multi-year project. And I know that our colleagues from Wright and Mr. Doka can share some information about how it's working and what types of protections that gives us to help manage risk.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I've talked about the process. So like I said earlier, I guess you're concerned about cost certainty. There is a mechanism in that contract as we work through this where you are able to lock down a number. And that is primarily typically after the major design is complete and we've talked to the majority of the major trades and we all have a really good understanding of what the thing's going to cost. Yeah, sorry, what was the other question?
That's pretty clear. I mean,
Yeah.
Yes, not much to add to that, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I can add any more to that.
No, it's just a matter of when, because I'm uncomfortable, or I was uncomfortable at 250. So you can imagine how uncomfortable I am at 300 or 285. Where's it going to end up is what I'm trying to figure out. People watching us are wondering, what are they doing? When is it going to stop? And I'd like to know when it's going to stop and have a solid number that we can go to our people with.
So maybe some more to that through the chair. If there was a different procurement model that was used, the hard bid model, for the stiff sum, The design would have been fully completed, which would probably be, I'm just gonna guess, another 10 or 12 months from now. Then you would go out to market, so a year from now. So you would experience another 12 months of potential escalation in the market, and then you would have found out, you'd have 100% design done, but then you would have found out you have a budget problem. And it's at that day when you close that tender that all those numbers come in, and then you have a low bid, and that's what you're stuck with. Then you need to go through a process of cost savings, value engineering, redesign, but you've progressed so much further down that path that you're trying to undo a whole lot more. And then we're doing a little bit of that now in some redesign, but not to that extent. So the design is not finished yet, and we are working through getting that design finalized. But we're able to head off some potential budget killers along the way. Does that maybe help explain a little bit more?
Yeah, it does. If we had started at fixed price, would that preclude you and Wright getting together and quoting on this, or could you have?
We would have quoted on it for sure, but
Okay.
you wouldn't be there yet.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, I'll move on to another question. One of the benefits of constructing the pool is all the jobs it creates. We haven't really talked about that. There are some benefits there. So how much of the $285 million will be going into the pockets of local business and local people? More specifically, I expect this data and future big dollar projects like this to estimate how much construction money stays in Regina, stays in Saskatchewan, and in other parts of Canada, and internationally.
Okay, I'll ask Ms. Shaley to start, and there may be others who add on.
Yeah, I have some information on the economic impacts, and we are updating this information based on the escalation in the cost of the project. But the economic output during construction is 337 million. It's 165 million in GDP. The jobs that it creates is 1,250 during construction. We often also talk about the number of jobs created on an ongoing basis when the facility is operating. There will be close to 100 people working in the facility. Some will be working full-time, some will be part-time. This morning we talked a lot about the economic impact of events. In terms of events, we're estimating about a $5.4 million event-based economic output once the facility is open. And that would include regional events, national events. That's some of the high-level information from an economic impact assessment. In terms of the percent of the dollars that would stay local, I don't know if anyone has that information readily available. I'm looking at our colleagues from Westridge, right? I don't think they have anything further to add.
I didn't expect that you would have that data, but I would like to see it in the future when we're spending $300 million bucks. But it's a great news story, right? That's good stuff. People are going to work and making some money off of this, which is great. Two more questions. I hope I have enough time. What discussions have been had with our provincial and federal government partners on the increased costs, which you have shown to us are primarily out of the City of Regina's control? Can we have them contribute some more also?
Okay, I'll ask Mr. Gray to start.
Through the chair, so part of the process of signing these agreements is there's clauses in the contracts that basically stipulate that we're on the hook for any cost overages. So as we've heard earlier in the conversation, facility construction costs are escalating all over Canada, so this is not unique to just Regina. We have had conversations, and there has not been kind of any desire or appetite to contribute more money to these projects.
Well, thanks for trying. Last question. Please comment a little bit further on the monthly cost to our ratepayers of the motion we're about to vote on today. I asked this question because we've heard the net cost is 57 cents per median household. Is it correct to say that because of population growth over time, that the amount of money we're talking about is actually less than that?
So thanks. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, that is correct. So that's an estimate based on our current size. As the city grows over the 30-year life, that will come down. So as you spread the cost over more households over time, then the cost per median household goes down.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay, next in the queue is Councillor Bezo.
Much through the chair. Just a few questions that I have. This is, I'm going to say, more elaborating what Councillor Rasevich is saying and what Councillor Teclis is saying. When we're looking at the project overall, you know, we're faced with a number. Right now, that number sits at about 285, and the cost estimates are sitting at 15%, which really puts us at about a $340 million project once you start progressing down that line. So we're sitting overall as a city with a project and infrastructure deficit shortfall. So what we have to really do is balance what this project brings to the table versus how much does $300 million go into the other infrastructure compared to how much we're actually getting with respect to our debt limit and looking at our debt limits. Now we're tossing around 57 cents all day long. 57 cents is for $10 million. That's what the ask is. Our whole ask is our debt limit. So we're now going from sitting on council here, we're at $500 million for debt limit. We haven't talked about a library yet. We haven't talked about the fixed cost in this pool or the total cost in the pool. The shortfall overall on our entire deficit. So you know what, we're not going to federal government, provincial government to get money. They're just going to say no. They're in the same situation where we are. So this is the burden on our tax dollar. So I'm going to ask the first question from administration. When we look at the overall debt ceiling that we're projecting to have as a result of this project and other projects that are on the books, what does that work out to for the average homeowner? We've had some people that had zero increase in taxation, their taxes went down, or we have those other rings of the city, their taxes have gone up 25%. So the question really comes down to, when we look at the whole picture, how much debt and how much tax burden is on the household for everything that we have on the books, not 57 cents. So we're looking at the whole picture now. We're looking at about the whole picture. $900 million is on the list right now. So what does that work out to for the average taxpayer?
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, thanks, and through the chair. So yes, in general, you know, I guess as we take more debt out, every $10 million is 57 cents. So if you want to extrapolate that over future projects, for every $10 million of future projects that we use debt funding for, roughly the estimate is 57 cents for the median household per month.
So when we're looking at $1 billion, let's do the math together. How much are we looking at?
If we had $1 billion of debt?
We're approaching $1 billion now.
Right, so then you would, well, but that wouldn't be net new, right?
No, and these are the questions that we have to answer. So when we're talking and we're going forward, now these are our numbers that we have to look at. So net new is going to be approved of the Indoor Aquatic Center. Net new is geothermal heating. Net new is the lift station. Net new is the central library. So we've got, just in a few numbers, we've got $500 million worth of debt. So that's going to work out to the average household is going to be $250 a year. We're not talking about 57 cents. We're talking some dollars now. So when we're talking about people that haven't picked up their share because that's how the apportionment went with the reevaluations, some people, a lot of people, their taxation went down, and I'm going to say in my area we went up 23%. So now I've got to explain to people in my neighborhood that, you know, sorry, you know, we just hit you with $1,000 a year tax bill, but we're going to put a pool in, so you know what, and a library and a few other things, so now I'm going to hit you with another $1,000 a year tax bill, because that's just kind of how the math works. So when we're looking at overall, I think we need to really sit back and look at what this project is bringing to the table. And you know, it is a good news story. Like, the Lawson is old. It could be end of life. I would love to put my hat on as an engineer and walk through the facility and show me why it's end of life. And in fact, I'm going to put that to administration to arrange a meeting to show council why this is end of life, so we can actually look at this ourselves. But I'm also going to ask of, you know, this morphed from a $165 million project to a $345 million or $340 million project in a very short order. So as Councillor Teclise mentioned, we haven't defined the scope yet. We're working on a cost estimate that's plus or minus 15%. As an engineer with 25 years experience, I've never seen anything go down. So when we say it's plus or minus 15%, it's plus 15%. So we'll call the number today. So it's not 285 million, it's $340 million. That's what we're looking at. So we really have to be cautious. And how do we balance the pool and the scope that it stands in?
Councillor Bizot, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you. The scope that it stands into what we have for infrastructure deficit. So I'm going to ask administration to come back with the numbers, and I'm going to also put a motion to essentially put this down the road and have some time for council to come, or for administration to come back with some time to give us what the actual debt for the city is going to be based upon the sum of the projects. September, we're going to do a budgetary process. So what does everything look like? So I would like to make a motion to table this whole project until the September budget meeting so we can actually look at this along with everything else as a holistic approach to see where we're sitting at for the budget. So my motion that I'd like to make right now is to table this, to discuss this during the September budget meeting, to bring it up at that time so the administration can come back with the number, not just kind of a plus or minus at this point. We need to get the number. We need to know what the debt is going to be. We need to know what the tax is going to be and what this looks like for the citizens of Regina. And you know what? My neighborhood is paying for a lot of the lift on this. So I want to make sure I have the answers, not to say 57 cents, because that is not the number.
Okay, to clarify, you're putting forward a tabling
I want a
motion?
tabling motion to put this down the road to September when we can have the discussion with administration being prepared with the numbers on this one, with the whole tax bill associated, what we're going to be looking at until September. So we're literally looking at about a 5 to 6 week window for preparation time. From a project perspective, 6 weeks is not going to make or break anything that you're doing.
Okay, so procedurally with the tabling motion, it's non-debatable, so I'll just go straight to a vote. So I guess that's what we will do. Oh, City Manager, Jim Nicol.
Just through you, Deputy Mayor, just need some specificity around which budget meeting you would like this to be had at in September to ensure that we meet any potential required public notice requirements.
Do you have a recommendation?
Because of debt and all that.
Do you have a recommendation?
I don't think it matters to me. I'll ask Mr. Anderson if perhaps he thinks there's a particular timeline of the meetings that we've scheduled in September for budget discussions as to where it might be more relevant, maybe later in the month of September.
Yeah, through the chair, we're still working on the schedule of what programs are gonna go at what time. Obviously, facilities will be at one of those 5 dates in September. We just haven't finalized that yet. So I guess if the motion was vague enough to include any of them.
How about administration decide when they can present the whole package?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, let me get the clerk to talk to this.
Through you, Chair, yeah, we can leave it open-ended that it be at the determination of administration to schedule it in at one of the September budget meetings for discussion.
Please. As mentioned, like Councillor Cleese made a discussion point that we have a lot.
Councillor Bizot, there's no debates, so we're just going straight to a vote.
Through you, Chair, our voting software has just gone down, so we'll have to do a manual recorded vote for the tabling motion. So I will start with Councillor Rasevich. We need microphones on. Sorry, Councillor
Yes.
Rasevich. Councillor Sickleys?
In favor.
Councillor Crowe?
No.
Councillor Burton?
No.
Councillor Turnbull?
No.
Councillor Flores?
No.
Councillor Radins?
No.
Councillor Zakidniak?
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Opposed.
Mayor Bashinsky?
Opposed.
Councillor Bezo?
In favor.
The motion is lost in a vote of 8-3. Following members voting in favor were Councillors Rasevich, Sickleys, and Councillor Mancinelli, or sorry, Councillor Bezo. Those voting against were Councillors Crowe, Burton, Turnbull, Flores, Radins, Zakidniak, Mancinelli, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Councillor Bezo, you have 19 seconds if you would like to speak.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Well, if we don't know what it's going to take in 6 weeks, let's ask that question right now. What is it? What is the number going to be now?
Through the chair, because apologies, Council, you keep saying, what's the number, the number, the number?
The number. Like,
What number are you referring to? Tax rate?
I'm looking
cost?
at the overall tax burden now for this pool. We went through a significant tax
Councillor
hike. So what is the
Bezo?
tax burden going to be now?
Councillor Bezo, you're technically out of time, so
No.
just.
It's up to administration to answer the question now.
Okay, so just to clarify, so you're talking about based on what's proposed today, and if not, just correct me, but let me just.
Yeah,
time this out.
proposed today, plus what we're looking at page 3 of 15 on the debt. There's 6 items for, it says debt table projections, table 2. So what is that number, that tax burden based upon table 2?
So, I'm sorry, I'm here to talk about the IAF. If you want to talk about the whole debt picture, I'm going to need.
Yeah,
some-
this one
Go
here.
to-
Yeah, no, I see
Yeah.
the table.
Yeah.
We'll go to Mr. Anderson. Correct.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So yeah, again, I'll say you can go to that debt table. Again, many of those projects haven't been approved by council. So as council approves projects to be funded by debt, for every $10 million at our current size, we would have around 57 cents per month for the median household for every $10 million of new debt.
Okay, next in the queue, we've got Councillor Rasevich.
Through the chair? Yeah. Before lunch, Mr. Schisler, you were talking about how a lot of the decisions are being driven because the city, I guess we have targets of sustainability, which drives all your decisions. You mentioned that, right? Before lunch, we were talking about that.
Through the chair, to be clear, I was talking about the environmental sustainability
Yep.
framework and
Right.
carbon impacts, not sort of other details of the pool, but yes.
Yeah,
And
so
Mr. Anderson talked about it as well.
I guess my point is, a lot of times, obviously, some of those decisions are being driven by, I guess it's the Energy Sustainability 2050?
Through the
You said
chair.
we had targets we had to reach.
Yeah, and if you don't reduce or if you increase certain carbon targets, for example, as Mr. Anderson talked about as well before lunch, you've got to find those savings elsewhere then, right? So it's not a hard and fast one. There's a cap on emissions contemplated in the plan. There's various initiatives contemplated by that plan, electrification of this or that, reducing greenhouse gases, carbon. And so if one of the ways we're anticipating as a city to reach that target from our operations would be geothermal heating the new IAF. If that was to flip, so not only you don't get the savings, but then you add carbon to the atmosphere, then we'd have to find those savings elsewhere in other operations to reach the target that's
Right.
council approved at this point.
Right, but I guess the point I make is when you brought that up,
Yeah.
a lot of the decisions that administration is making is based on, what last council and last mayor, put energy sustainability 2050, so a lot of your decisions are being based off that.
I'd say certainly as a city, our operations looking at all kinds of things about sustainability, lower total cost of ownership over time as part of that, and ensuring that we're being environmentally responsible and living up to that policy statement is, it's important to every area. Yeah, I agree.
I'm not saying it's not important.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is sometimes it's not economically feasible. Like, I mean, we'll be talking about, again, this is I was just kind of paraphrasing sort of what you were talking about before lunch.
Yeah, for sure, and we are responsible to make decisions to lead up to those targets. And Mr. Anderson wants to hop in here as well, but I just say, what I'm trying to differentiate, Councillor, is it doesn't drive every single decision that's made, but certainly when we have bigger decisions about that impact environmental across the city, that will be a definite consideration in what decisions we take.
And I'm not arguing that we don't consider those things, for sure, but I guess what I'm saying is, if a lot of the decisions by the men is being driven by energy sustainability 2050, maybe those targets need to be extended, maybe some of the, whatever is in the energy sustainability 2050 needs to be relaxed to a degree, because it's not financially responsible for a small city of 240,000. So you start, and a lot of the words I heard, again, with the geothermal, potential, exploring, hey, it sounds great. If things work, it's gonna be great. But personally, for a small city to take that risk, I don't think we should be taking that risk. I think if the federal government or the province wants us to go geothermal, then pay for it, instead of all the tax burden, all the taxpayers in this city, in such a small city, especially if it doesn't work. So I guess my point is, that's kind of my point, and I guess in terms of sustainability, is there a bronze level? I guess there's a gold, there's a silver, is there a bronze? Is there another level we can go down and maybe there's more savings there? That's a question. Is there a bronze level?
Okay, actually, Mr. Anderson wanted to hop in, so I'll start with him.
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, and through the chair. So yes, administration is bound to what council has put forward in terms of targets and policies around everything. And we have a current environmental standard guide that we have to meet that's been approved by council, up and until the time council changes that. So we have to develop plans and budgets around meeting all of the standards that council puts in front of us, environmental being one of them.
Right.
And so it's considered, and to Mr. Schisler's point, if we aren't going to meet that standard through this particular project, then we have to figure out which other project we're going to meet that standard by, because administration can't arbitrarily decide not to meet it.
Right. So that's where my point was about modifying the energy sustainability 2050. Maybe it goes to 2075 so that we can, we stretch it out, we meet those targets. Again, that's another topic of discussion at another time, obviously, but that's what's
25 seconds.
Yeah, but that's what's kind of driving this. And I guess my next question is, maybe I'd like to make a motion, and I don't know if this is the right time because I brought up.
We've got the city manager who wants to speak.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to advise Councillor Rasevich and members of Executive Committee that on August 20th, the Environmental Sustainability Framework will be brought forward to you for an update and related decisions respecting transit. So just to keep you in mind that I think that whatever you may be going for in this regard might be better timed in August at that meeting.
Right.
Because it would be relevant at that time.
For sure. I'll keep that in mind. I guess when I said motion, it'd be more related to the geothermal, because I know because like in the report, it talks a lot about the geothermal and the cost of the geothermal, and we could save $9 million. We could put that towards the pool, and you know what? We could still have the dog parks. You can still have the pickleball. You can still have the turf.
Councillor Rasmus.
So anyways, I'll put a motion in. You know what?
Can he
I don't know if, can I put a motion in that we cancel the geothermal and we go
Okay,
all gas?
Councillor Rastovich, you're out of time, but if you want to put a motion forward, just do it right now.
Right now,
Okay.
motion, cancel geothermal and we go natural gas.
Okay, so the motion is to replace geothermal and go to natural gas. I'm going to go on a break and
No.
make a motion.
Do you know it's going to work?
Okay. At this time, we're going to draft up the motion, and we're going to go on our break to pick some of our technical difficulties. Hello, 2 minutes. Hey, all you. All right, we're gonna get started again. So everyone who wants to get to their seats, please. Okay, before we reconvene on the, is it an amendment or a motion? Amendment, we are going to have a proposal to table the encampment response protocols, EX 2569 to the August executive meeting. So we'll need to take a vote whether we would like to table this or not. Just ask if anyone's opposed. Show of hands if anyone is opposed to tabling EX 2569 encampment response protocols to the executive committee. Oh, and we have. Yeah, and clerk.
Through you, Chair. So the motion is passed, but I just wanted to note for the record that Councillor Fro and Councillor Zakidniak voted against tabling the encampment report to the August meeting.
So now we will move on to the motion brought by Councillor Rastovich, which I think will get pulled up. Just get to introduce it. Okay. Councillor Rastovich, do you have any further comments on your motion?
I guess is related to this motion. I just want to say that it'd be interesting, you know, that you wonder why a private sector company wouldn't drill some geothermal, and if we think it would be that successful. I also think for such a small city of, you know, 240,000 people to take on a risk like this, I think we were way better off going natural gas, way less risky, and we could look for other ways to be sustainable for the city, and I will leave it at that.
Next in the queue, I have Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. Through the chair. Councillor Rasevich, I agree with your statements. There's a significant amount of risk. I don't think anyone sitting around this table or maybe in this building has the experience with geothermal of this nature. We've got 2 potash mines down the road that do solution mining, which uses geothermal extensively in their operations. And working in potash myself, I know that once you drop that brine to a certain temperature, the minerals within that solution start falling out of solution and start plugging things up. We don't have that experience. And Councillor Rasevich, to your point too, if it was so feasible and so economical, why are we the only ones in North America, perhaps the world, doing this? So we're going down a path that's kind of tricky, a lot of risk to it. If no one else is doing it, I agree with you, Councillor Rasevich. I don't think we should either. You know, looking at the input cost to the actual project, looking at the long-term maintenance cost to geothermal, to dealing with any kind of wells and rigs associated with servicing any kind of well activities is expensive. Every time we put a drill rig or a service rig on site, that's over $1 million. I don't think that's taken into account into this equation. I don't think maintenance is taken into account in this equation. Horsepower required for pumping is not taken in the equation. And long-term operational maintenance costs is probably not in this equation as well. So I don't think the numbers are valid for the geothermal. Financially, there's no payback anymore. Carbon tax is off the table. And I agree that $10 million is an easy win to reduce some scope and to get some bigger rewards for this project. So I'm in favor of this.
Next up, we have Councillor Zakiniak.
Making some notes here. Okay. Can anyone speak to the studies that have been done in relation to geothermal at the University of Regina, spanning, that was started several decades ago? Can anyone speak to that here today at this meeting from administration?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Struthers, who can probably address most or all of your questions, Councillor.
So through the chair, one of the advisors on the geothermal team is the PTRC, based out of the U of R, and they've referenced the exploratory work done at the U of R and that geothermal well that was back in, I believe, 1979, 1980-ish. And a lot of what they learned from that is being applied to our design with this project.
Thanks. So we know that geothermal and the capabilities have been studied at the University of Regina beginning in 1979, 1980. What specific to this project has been done with the, and I'll note that this is the PTRC, right? Petroleum, what's the acronym?
Through the chair, Petroleum Technology Research Center.
Right. So what did they do specific to geothermal in relation to this project so far? They did some feasibility work?
Through the chair, that's correct. They've done feasibility work. And then as we brought on a design team, which has experience with this deep geothermal system across the world, numerous installs in Europe, Australia. They've been an advisor on various options and design input.
Okay. So there's actually been quite a bit of work done at this stage in relation to geothermal, not just in Regina, but in relation to this project. And so this gives us, why do we know whatever we know, and what's been reported in relation to geothermal is not just numbers that have been made up, but have been studied and vetted through research and data-informed process with experts.
Through the chair, that's correct. Going back to the European examples, they've been doing this for many decades, and their learnings and experience has been applied to our project. And then the local Saskatchewan drilling market, oil and gas, and that. The technology is new for this application in this part of the world, but we're very confident it will be successful.
And speaking of, like, so this is the Petroleum Technology Resource Center, I think. So these are like some of the same technology that you use for geothermal is technology that is utilized in drilling for oil and gas. Is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So we certainly have a fair bit of experience with that. So the idea is that those skills are transferable for geothermal. In terms of who else is in this space, I think you touched on that a bit. This is not a brand new technology. I believe the entire country of Iceland uses substantial, I know they do, geothermal. Lots of countries in Europe, you mentioned Australia. There's lots of folks throughout the world exploring geothermal, not for just now, but have been doing this work for a long time, decades even. Can you, I don't know what amount you can speak to of that, but I know that's the case. Can you confirm that at all?
Yeah, through the chair, just talking generally, that's correct. There's dozens and dozens of examples that have been brought forward. Our design team references consistently. They have good experience with that. Yeah, there's plenty of experience out there.
Okay.
50 seconds, Councillor Sukiniak.
Okay, and so I just wanted to clear all that up because I think that's really important information. Aside from what we've already discussed as we've talked on this council of wanting to be innovative and make sure that we have a growth mindset, we have this brand new energy, an energy source that is largely unexplored for us here, has serious potential for our city and the southern part of southern Saskatchewan. I think we are missing, if we walked away from this, I would find it appalling. We've received federal funding to proceed with this important opportunity to explore it further. We talked about potential future applications for it in the revitalization of like the Old Taylor Field or North Central or our community in general. So I think that would be very short-sighted to walk away from this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, next up, I have Councillor Seacless.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, I find it appalling using the top of a volcano as a comparator, which Iceland is. Nevertheless, it's hard for me to want to cancel this because I am curious on a number of things. I couldn't get answers on them today. I couldn't get answers on them when we had a lunch and learn on it. But during the break, Councillor Flores and I were talking about something. Do you plan on putting this forth as an amendment? Then I'll cede my time. I'll stop talking.
Okay, Councillor Bezo.
Yes, thank you very much. Since we are on the topic of what the great research work at the University of Regina has done since 1979 for this remarkable energy source that's not on top of a volcano, how many places in Canada are using geothermal to this nature that we're trying to achieve? In Canada.
Mr. Struthers.
So through the chair, one example I can provide is in the Estevan area. There is some geothermal project work going on there related to power production. And across the country, geothermal is very specific to the geology there. And in Saskatchewan, it's kind of the perfect conditions based on depth and temperatures and that type of thing, which aren't experienced across the country.
Okay, so you are right. You know, Deep is doing an experimental well in the Estevan area for power production. I've talked to Deep, the geologist in charge of that company, and from her discussion with myself, the energy source that we sit on is waste energy, not even good enough for what they're doing for power production. So it really comes down to, as you mentioned, Councillor Rasevich, we're going down a literal hole that there may be no recovery from. You know, when we talk about the PRTC, you know, these people drill holes in the earth for oil and natural gas energy extraction. So yeah, can we drill a hole in the earth? The answer is yes. Have we drilled a hole in the earth to extract energy to this magnitude? We can't bring a single example to the table since 1979, since the university has been doing this, that people are doing this on a commercial scale. But yet we're sitting around to say that this is the greatest and latest technology for us to explore as a city of Regina, to put a tax burden on our citizens to do something that is unknown and too much risk to us. So once again, yeah, I'm going to say I'm totally in favor, Councillor Rasevich.
Okay, Councillor Fro.
Thank you.
My hand is up, just for the record. It's Councillor Mancinelli, just in case you haven't noticed it. Sorry.
Councillor Mancinelli, did you want to speak to the amendment or to the main motion?
Both, actually. I left my hand up during the amendment, waiting my turn as well. I wasn't sure if you noticed it or not. That's why I said something. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. You can go directly after Councillor Fro.
You can go.
Oh, I guess Okay, Councillor Fro, then Councillor Mancinelli, and then Councillor Turnbull.
Through the chair, respect and appreciate my colleague Councillor Bezo's engineering background. I think it's clear that when it comes to energy and sort of mining supply chain, there's a lot of expertise in our community. Geothermal is used extensively around the world, and notwithstanding that we may be a first to this scale in Regina, aside from the carbon emissions it will save, it's clear to me that there'll be a business case. Clearly, we'll have to do some more work to perhaps support a broader residential and commercial development within our community, but perhaps give us a test case to do more geothermal. And ideally done correctly, it allows us to not only reduce carbon emissions, but to have a new energy source. And it's clear to me that energy will come as a premium in the years ahead. I think my colleagues make a really good point that the dollars are finite, and we have to mitigate risk anytime we're doing something first. But I'm satisfied with the information in the package when I look at the environmental benefit, but more broadly at the opportunity to use it as a tool in our toolbox to incent and support broader development in our community, that it's worth the money, particularly given that those dollars that we're spending leverage millions and millions of dollars from other levels of government. So I really appreciate the points made by my colleagues, but I'll be voting against the amendment.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Just wanted to voice my opposition to the amendment. Listening to some of the points brought forward and the fact that we probably will be the first to drill to this depth for geothermal, I wanted to make sure we're all talking about the same project. The aquifer in our part of the world that we're tapping is the Deadwood Aquifer. It runs under our province all the way from PA all the way down to South Dakota. It's 2.2 kilometers down. It runs at about 76 degrees Celsius, and pools don't have to get heated to that temperature. Humankind has come a long way in the past couple thousand years. We've been pumping stuff out of the ground from a couple kilometers down for a couple hundred years now. Made a lot of money at it. It's oil and gas. Thermal exchange we've been doing forever as well. I'm pretty sure we can take the brine and the heat out of it and put it into the hot water in the pool. It's just pumps. We've been building pumps for a long time. Probably have to be filtered. We know how to do filters. And we got experts from around the world who've been doing this all over the place. So I don't take the risk position it's being made of this like it's black magic. I think it's just good trades put to work. And I don't think there's anything wrong with more work for more trades for different types of energy. I like to see the expansion in our energy sector. There's nothing wrong with not having to pollute to make energy. I think that's pretty smart. And, it takes hard work to build stuff like this. It takes people who know how to use tools. It takes people who know how to build things. And I like people like that. So I'm all in favor of this. If it's about actually saving money, my hand's up for the next round. I have a couple comments about money spent on this project that's totally wasteful and useless. And that's where we should actually be spending our attention. But I'll save those comments till it's up at that round. Thank you.
Okay, and that leaves me. So, we talked about how if we were to take this out, there'd be an implication on the domino effect of the redesign to get our LEED status. I'm actually a LEED accredited professional. And when you're looking at the LEED scorecard, there's energy and atmosphere is a big part of the scorecard, and so is innovation. And we're not likely to get water efficiency on a pool. So my question would be to our consultants and our design team, when we are looking at getting sustainability things, what is the effect of removing this on our ability and our redesign of the whole facility to meet our sustainability benchmarks, particularly to a LEED standard?
Mr. Struthers, I believe.
Am I on here? Okay. So through the chair, to date, everything has been based on the geothermal system, I guess assisting with the scorecard as you referenced there. So should there be a change in that, I would say there would be many other systems and options that would have to be considered then if we still want to maintain the same outcome with respect to the LEED scorecard.
And to answer a question about LEED bronze, that doesn't exist, but a LEED platinum does exist. So LEED silver kind of is third place. So when we're talking about LEED and sustainability, are we going for silver because it is a pool? Or why are we not going for gold with this new system in place? What is preventing us from going for gold?
So through the chair, the design team, as we've looked at everything, LEED silver is kind of that sweet spot is what we found, where there's a return on the investment made, while you also still achieve significant sustainability savings. Going to gold would be a significant cost premium is what we're finding out there, which wouldn't be a good use of money.
I have further questions on those, but I think that will wait for the main motion. For this, I'm very proud that Regina is taking this innovation step. I love that we're being innovative. I love that we're looking this sustainability and the future operational costs. I'm very supportive of the geothermal portion, and I'm very excited to see where it goes. So I think this is the only time I'll say drill, baby, drill. And I think that takes us to the motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mancinelli.
No, I put my hand back up for the next motion when it comes back up. I was waiting in line last time and I just didn't want to lose my place.
All right, Councillor Rastovich, would you like to close debate?
Sure. I have nothing against being innovative. But again, we're a city of what, 230, 240,000 people. So why are we the ones experimenting? You know, I know you talked about PTRC. I've worked with PTRC. I've drilled some of the deepest wells in Saskatchewan with PTRC when I worked at Baker. Clark mentioned deep. I mean, anyways, that's a whole different project, actually, trying to actually create electricity from getting, from the hot fluids down below. That's a totally different project. This is just sort of extracting heat from the water. But again, why I still believe that, where in Canada is there another one? You want to be innovative? Why don't you let a bigger city be more innovative? Instead of using our taxpayers' dollars because I've heard when everybody's been talking, they go, I hope. I hear the words hope, I hear the words, you hope that it's going to work. And for how long will it work? And you got to remember, PTRC is Petroleum Technical Research Council. They do research. So and the way they get their money is by doing research and doing projects, and sometimes those projects don't actually work. So you got to be careful when you're listening to certain people. It's like the stadium. Last councillor, I won't mention name, but he said they got sold a bill of goods on the stadium. I mean, we spent a lot of money to build that stadium, and I know a lot of people aren't happy about it, but we haven't. So you got to be careful when you're making decisions being sold maybe a potential bill of goods. It sounds good, But you know what, you gotta be careful, you know, because if it was if it was something that good, maybe the private sector would be doing it first, if they thought it would save them a ton of money. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, ask the clerk to call the vote on the amendment. I'll need a verbal vote from you, Mayor Chad Brzezinski.
Opposed.
And verbal from Councillor Radens. I'm in opposition as well.
Through you, Chair, the motion is lost in a vote of 2 to 9. The following members voting in favor as follows: Councillor Bezo and Councillor Rasevich. Those voting against were Councillors Burton, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Siklis, Flores, Mancinelli, Fro, Radens, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, we are back to the main motion, and next up in the queue, we have Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I guess first I want to start off with just a comment. Listening to the past debate a moment ago, it let me know that different people see things through different lens. The comments by Councillor Rasevich are well received, and it kind of let me know how to explain this differently. We're not the ones experimenting with this technology. We're the ones in Canada who are lucky enough to have it underneath our feet. If we were in BC or Alberta, you'd have to punch through mountains, and I don't know if the aquifer's underneath them. I don't know if they have a 76-degree aquifer running underneath their feet in Ontario. We're lucky enough to have this asset that is available to us to harvest the energy from it and use it for our purposes and develop this technology. So it's kind of like looking a gift horse in the mouth. You know, if the situation's there, I think it's the right thing to take advantage of it. Not everyone has this ability, and I think the time is now. Over and above that, I respect the want to save money on behalf of our residents. I do share that with all the fellow councillors who voiced an opinion on that. It's very, very near to my heart too, especially with the reassessment. But to take it from something like the geothermal, and by the time you take away the grant money and start to account for changing the build, and to argue over $9 million, I think you're missing the mark. Right now, on the cost of this asset that realistically we're putting up for Southern Saskatchewan, by all the comments from the different proponents this morning, there's people from all over Southern Saskatchewan using this asset. It brings in national attention and national events. This is an asset in the city of Regina, but it's not just the cities. But we do have the privilege of paying $20 million PST on a debt situation so we can put this asset up for our residents and all the surrounding residents as well. If there's a spot to take a hard stand, I'd say I'd like to take a hard stand on having to pay a PST bill on an asset that's a regional asset that we're footing the bill for, that we're asking our taxpayers to come and open their wallets and pay for. And it's a part of our community, and I don't think we can be without it. But is it really right to have to pay a
Councillor
$20 million
Mancinelli, you
tax
have
on
less
it?
than a minute left.
So I guess I don't know how to amend this to fight against paying a PST on it. Maybe I should put an amendment in there that we withhold the PST payment on this asset and discover other options or ramifications and have that conversation with the province. Would that be an amendment in line?
Like to check with legal?
Yeah, to start the process of withholding PST and to make sure that we don't just go ahead and let this go on like it's nothing, because it's something. So what would be a properly in-line amendment to start that process? I know the province did it to the feds with the carbon tax. How do you do this to get that conversation going? Because it's not regionally fair at all.
Okay, can we go to the city manager and then city legal?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There certainly would be legal implications if we chose to go down this road. That doesn't mean we couldn't do that. I would obviously want legal involved. Clearly, it's a political decision. Again, I don't know exactly where Councillor Mancinelli wants this to land. Certainly, it might be more appropriate from both a political and legal perspective, notwithstanding that it may have no impact, would be for an amendment to be made to lobby the provincial government to inquire if they would waive the PST on this. But that's just me.
I think that would be polite. Yeah, no, I think that'd be more polite. I accept that as my amendment. No sense starting a fight when maybe a question would be the right place to start. I know that the PST almost accounts for the grant money that we received to build this thing. So with the cost creep, maybe we just have to have a conversation, and I just got my bee in a bonnet. So I accept city manager's suggestion, and I think that a conversation would be better than a fight. So I'm sorry about my words being so strong.
Okay. So we'll go to city legal and then put together the amendment.
Please.
Thank you. Through the chair. I don't think I have anything further to add. There's obviously potential implications of not complying with legislation, but I think the city manager answered the question appropriately.
Okay, so we will put together the amendment, and would you like to speak to the amendment while we put it up?
I guess you guys already caught wind of what I'm trying to get across here. Just a question. What was our grant amount for this build again? In the order of 40 million, I think, from the province?
Go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Through the chair, Councillor Mancinelli, the ICIP funding for the pool project is 36 million from the province. That's pool only. Sorry, IAF only, not geothermal piece.
Does the province contribute to the geothermal? I don't believe they did.
I don't, if you guys have the number. 6, shout it out. Just grabbing the number, it's on a different page, sorry.
I guess realistically, it brings the point though, you know, we're approaching $300 million. We were promised 36, and when the pen hits the paper, we're actually only getting 16. I don't think that's a real good commitment for something this size that's a regional asset.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, would you review the wording to see if this is correct while they look at the numbers?
I think that hits it right to the point, and I think that's in a lot better faith than I voiced it the first time. And like I said, I didn't mean to throw a big grenade at everything, but yeah.
Back to city manager.
Thank you. It's completely council's discretion as to how you want to do this. I think it's appropriate that it would be council led by the mayor who would be lobbying the provincial government, not administration.
Ooh.
Good call. Put Chad to work. Mayor Chad, you got to do this.
Okay. So we direct the mayor on behalf of city council. Should we ask Chad what he thinks about that?
I feel like I'm in school.
Okay, and then
I have the numbers that Councillor Mancinelli asked for. So through the chair, for the IAF itself, without geothermal, the province's share of ICIP is 36 million. For geothermal itself, the province's share is 6.6 million.
Oh, so they are contributing. My mistake. Thank you for the money. Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. But yeah, I think the 36 is given in good faith. But if you got to hand 20 back, that's especially with the project creep and everything else. I think we have to have a strong conversation about this, and especially without any regional contribution for those others who get to use it, right?
okay, I would like to call upon Mayor Chad Brzezinski.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And just to touch on quickly, I appreciated the spirit of Councillor Rasovich's amendment. I was thinking about that, about what that would look like in terms of the geothermal going forward. But hearing the discussion as much as I was able to today, I think there's also risk in the unknown of further delays, further escalations of construction costs, redesign, all of those things. So delays are a major factor in our discussion there. fully support what Councillor Mancinelli is putting forward. Happy to do that. I'll have an opportunity in the coming days to have a conversation with the province, and I'll add that to my agenda to discuss the PST implications of the aquatic facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on this amendment? All right, Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to close debate on this?
Nope, you guys heard me rambling enough today.
Okay, so we'll call the vote on this. And we'll need a verbal vote from Mayor Chad Baczynski and possibly Councillor Radins.
I'm in favor.
In favor.
Through you, Chair, the motion is carried unanimously with all members voting in favor.
I just wanted to note, when I looked at the vote on the screen as it was voting, it said GST instead of PST. On the Teams meeting, it says PST. So I just wanted to know there, make note there was a discrepancy, spelling error, basically.
It will be captured as PST, confirmed. So next in the queue, we've got Councillor Flores.
Thank you. It's been a great discussion, I think, for a great community asset. And to add to the trend that we've got going on today, I would like to add an amendment. And I think it's because we're not just building a pool here. I think we're investing in a significant piece of sustainable infrastructure. And we have an opportunity to go beyond the pool and explore what else can come out of this and be proactive about the potential of this technology. So I would like to propose an amendment that directs administration to report back to council. The timeline, I think I will leave that to administration, on the full potential of the geothermal facility, and with the report to be included but not limited to how this technology can be used as a strategic tool to advance, support, and incent development on the former Taylor Field lands and the community at large, the feasibility of establishing a future district energy system, and opportunities for generating revenue for the city through the sale of thermal energy.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, sure. So, and the idea behind that is I think a lot of us have heard about the potential. As Councillor Seekleys mentioned earlier, we got a lot of really good information at our Lunch and Learn we had earlier this year. And I think the reasonable next step is to put something that would lead us to next steps to that. As we have heard, we are located in a place that gives us a lot of opportunities that other places in Canada don't have. And I think it's important for us to explore this possibility and to be proactive, to be innovative, and to see how we can do more with this. So this amendment just asks us, administration, to tell us and gives us that information. How can we do more with this?
And I'd like to ask administration how many months we'd like to put in this motion to report back on.
I can start through the chair. You can see the team is rapidly calculating a number north of 100. No. This sounds quite big, Councillor, and that's not a criticism, just sounds big. I think I know what you're getting at. I know the team is huddling over there. I think this would take, to get into some of the stuff around incentivizing development and the impacts of that, we'd need other folks beyond just the pool and the geothermal team across the city, and likely some funding, not millions of dollars, but some amount of money and budget to do some of this work. And you know, the second point as well. So I'm basically stalling for time until I get some sort of indication. I wonder if we might break it down to give an initial indication, if that would start, like just a kind of initial scope of what this might look like as opposed to the full end report might be a better timeline to get first.
Would you, ask it about point of order first? Okay, point of order first?
Okay, so point of order, we're talking about two different projects here. We're talking about a pool, and then we're talking about a completely separate project that is not even related to what we're talking about at the pool. So this project here, even though there could be synergies, it's not a pool-related topic. This is completely independent from a pool-related topic. So as already been indicated from administration, this is a significant lift. And I would say, you know, even though could be a pool relation to it, it's not pool-related.
Okay, I'm going to request that we take a recess to look at the amount of months this is going to take and discuss some of these items. I think how many minutes? A 10-minute recess, and we shall be back. their chairs, we are going to get started. All right, so over the recess, we looked at this motion, and we're going back to Councillor Flores, who's going to revise the wording.
All right. Okay, so we just made a few revisions to the motion to make sure that it is in line with what administration is able to do. But the spirit of the motion still remains, which is to look at the opportunity that we have with this project and collect data for potential future projects, whether that is, yes, this could work, or perhaps it could be, hey, no, it's not something that's feasible here. But without collecting that data and without having that information, it would be really hard for us to make those decisions in the future. So given that we have this opportunity, and thank you so much to the work of and input of administration, the amendment is reworded as direct administration to collect statistical data on the geothermal facility through the development and operational phases. Once sufficient data is available, report back to City Council on the full potential of the geothermal facility with a report to include, but not limited to, how this technology can be used as a strategic tool to advance, support, and incentivize development in the community at large, such as the former Taylor Fields lands, and opportunities for generating revenue for the city through the sale of thermal energy. So again, the intent is, as this project is going, we have the opportunity to gather all this data. So when we're asking these questions, we don't get hypotheticals, but rather data-backed answers. And that is the intent of this amendment to the motion, which is in order.
Okay, Councillor Bizo.
Yeah, I'm still, a point of order for clarification. Like, we're talking about something related to a pool. This is a completely business model based upon something else related to a heat exchanger. So is this still part of a point of order discussion for the pool? Because this is not pool related at all. This has nothing to do with the pool.
Councillor Bizo, it is related to our report with geothermal and that exploration, so it is in order.
Well, don't we have this information for PRTC already?
This is my ruling. Would you like to challenge it?
Yeah, let's have a vote on it. Is this part of the pool?
All right, so we are challenging my ruling with a vote. Is that correct? All right, so how does that work? To the clerk.
This is neighborhood development. This is nothing, this is neighborhood development. This is not the pool now.
Through you, Chair, just so that everyone understands how they can vote on the challenge to the Chair's ruling. If members are in favor of the Chair's ruling, they would vote in favor. If they agree with Councillor Bizo's stance that he does not agree with the Chair's ruling and feels that this is out of order, then you would vote no.
Councillor Radins, would you like to speak?
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that what was just said by the clerk. My apologies.
Mayor Chad Paczynski, we'll need your verbal vote.
In favor.
Can I give a verbal vote as well?
Okay, please give your vote.
In favor?
Councillor Rasevich, please vote.
Through you, Chair, the motion is carried in a vote of 8-3, which means that the majority of members were in favor of the Chair's ruling.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions on the amendment, or would they like to make an amendment to the amendment? I'm kidding. Any questions? All right, move to the vote. Councillor Flores, would you like to close debate?
Yep. Just last thing to add again is we have an opportunity here to formally collect this data to inform future projects, and it's not an opportunity that comes every day. So I think it's important for us to take this on, and this will help us make future decisions. So I hope that you support this.
Go to the clerk to call the vote. Councillor Rasevich, did you have anything you want? Can you say something? We've closed debate already. So that was the amendment. So after this, oh, you're out of time on the main motion too. So just leave your light off. Okay, Councillor Radins and Mayor Paczynski, please give your verbal votes to this amendment.
In favor.
In favor?
Through you, Chair, the motion is carried 10-1 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Burton, Rasevich, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Siklees, Flores, Mancinelli, Fro, Radins, and Mayor Paczynski. And that member voting against is Councillor Bizo.
So this takes us back to the main motion. Are there any more questions or comments? The Councillor Radins, Mayor Paczynski, would either of you like to speak to the main motion? Mayor Paczynski?
Yeah, thank you. Just mostly listening in today, but I appreciate administration and all the information provided. When the information on the escalation first came forward, obviously I think it was a shock for everybody. I appreciate all the work that's gone into the value engineering and as well as reprioritizing projects going forward on how we can make sure we can accomplish the much needed replacement of the Lawson Center. Yeah, just a big thank you to administration for that. And then going forward, I just want to reiterate that cost escalations like this have to come to council. So just in terms of the public, making sure that these won't just arbitrarily continue to increase without council being informed and advised and have our input on anything going forward. And I appreciate the explanation on the process that we've taken to have the ability to adjust as we go through the finalization of the design process, as opposed to locking ourselves in and then having to deal with the outcome of a very structured, rigid bid in that case. So that was just the comments I wanted to put out there from the discussion today. I appreciate everyone's hard work on this and look forward to moving forward. Thank you.
Councillor Radins?
Hey there, thanks. I'd like to echo Mayor's sentiments as well. The information and the report put together and adapting to the changes is good. And so I just would like to add that what's good about moving ahead with the pool is that we've talked about it a lot today, and feasibility and how does this benefit our community. We live in a climate that is deep in 6 feet of snow 6 months of the year, 7 months of less light, and minus below zero temperatures, not to state the obvious, but to state the obvious, of course, and leading the country in new technology. And it's practical, and it makes sense in my mind moving forward with this. And this is a really great opportunity for our city in leading in the country and the world, and also something that is going to benefit our community regionally, and lots of opportunities I see here. And so I am in support of this fully. Thank you.
All right, that leaves Councillor Turnbull, myself. So I did have some questions, but it's more of a request for administration. In the original indoor Regina feasibility in Appendix D costing, there was just more information on a lot of these items, such as the exclusions which are in there and the actual construction cost summaries and things, and that was not necessarily in this report. So I would like to request an updated Appendix D with the new basis and assumptions, exclusions, construction cost summary areas, project schedule, with the updated B for next week. I have spoken to Min, and I will just send that request back to Min to comment on.
So thank you. And through the chair, we can do that for early next week for everybody present. And basically it would be sort of a summary of the Class B estimate, so you could kind of see how it's progressed over time. So we can do that.
To the clerk.
Through you, Chair, just am inquiring the request that will be coming through the form of a supplemental report from administration.
Whatever the right.
City Manager.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. That would certainly be my approach, that we would do it formally, because the public is owed that information as well as members of council. So I would just ask to help us get it on the record. I'm not trying to put my clerk hat on from years ago. Make a motion for a supplemental report.
Okay, I am making a motion for a supplemental report. Okay. I'll just speak to this. It will answer most of my questions, but the original report had things such as exclusions, such as the furniture and equipment, and the scope has changed, as well as the Class D estimate. It also sort of had the construction cost summary, which included structural, architectural, mechanical, electrical, and the contingencies. So I have spoken to administration, and I'll ask them again, but it's simply to show the comparison in these, how the costs have changed in this way. And so we have a very strong idea of how we got here. So it's that sort of supplemental design and costing reports for us to see next year and be, not next year, next week, and be transparent and accountable to council and to all of our community on how these cost escalation. So I'll just get you to talk to it.
Thank you, and to you, I guess, not through your chair. I'm thinking it's good, we can do this, yes. On the second point, could we put sort of relevant details? Because we don't need the whole estimate on every line item. We need those relevant to those summary things you're talking about, just to be sure, like, we're not over providing information on this, like, you know, I'm looking at my team, like, the Class B estimate doesn't just speak to sort of summary numbers, there'd be some details and things in there as well, so I'm just trying to make sure we're not.
You can give more if you would like, but.
Yeah, no, I'm asking for relevance, for less, I'm asking for less.
Yes, relevance is fine.
So my suggestion on the second bullet would be in relevant details from the Class B estimate.
Yeah, especially with the exclusions, because I think those have changed a fair amount of what is included and what isn't.
Yeah, and that was a reasonably short list, so yeah, that would be in there. Okay, that would be acceptable. We can do that and we'll do that. Chair.
Do any members have any questions on this amendment? There's one online. Okay. If there's no questions, I can call this to a vote. I'm okay.
I do have a question.
Okay.
Sorry.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yeah, I just through the chair to administration. We asked for a lot of reports, a lot of information back. You guys got a lot of work on your schedule already. Is this a doable report? Does this add a lot of workload on? Or is this relatively easy to provide the information through?
So through the chair, yes, we can do it for next week, Councillor, but I'm going to ask Ms. Shaley, who leads this entire project, just to provide additional information for you on this, on how easy it is or not.
Through the chair, so because the Class B estimate is done, really what we're doing here is summarizing and providing the information in a format for council and the public to understand. So based on that, I would say that this is fairly easy for us to do in time for next week, and we'll be working with our construction manager on it.
I kind of thought it was, but I know we ask for a lot of extra work, and I'm probably going to start to make a habit to ask how much work all the time, because we're always adding on. So appreciate the answer, and I'm glad it's easy. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote on the amendment. Mayor Baczynski and Councillor Radins, you'll have to vote verbally.
In favor.
In favor.
Through you, Chair, the motion is carried with all members voting in favor.
So we're back to the main motion as amended, and I have a couple more questions. Most of my questions will be answered by that report next week, so that should save us some time. Just want to check. So On that report, it talks about the transportation and fuel cost increase. And in that, it kind of notes where the materials are coming from. Like there's pool systems from Italy. Pool systems from Italy. I believe the glue lamp is coming from BC. We've got steel coming from Canada and the United States. And I was just wondering if we have looked at more local sources for some of those construction materials. Not only would it help with some of this uncertainty, it would help with our lead points with transportation and supporting local trades and some of these escalating costs. So I wanted to know, what are we doing about local construction materials and having things more localized to take out some of these uncertainties and what's happening there?
Am I on? Through the chair, thanks for the question. We definitely try to get as many local materials as possible, and it's local contractors as well. The materials themselves, we are fairly limited in our province based on what is actually manufactured here or actually sourced here. If it can be sourced here, both from a lead point perspective as well as a cost effectiveness perspective and keeping money within the province, we would definitely do that. However, there's just some materials that have been chosen through the design process for good reason that aren't available locally. So whenever possible, we're definitely trying to source locally and then using as much local trade partners and such as we can.
That would be something I'd like to go back to the design team with. I also noticed we have renderings. Do you have any specification documents on some of the materials being used, or is that still underway?
Oh, there are some preliminary specifications available already, but it's still in process with the design team.
I realize the renderings and material boards. There's a lot of higher end materials being shown there. So having knowledge of what those are, I noticed there's a lot of wood finishing. That looks like there's some sort of bronze, copper, and also where they're coming from. If we could go back to the design team and ask them to prioritize more local materials and look at the different costs of those materials, it should help.
Absolutely.
City Manager.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With respect, so that everybody fully understands, there is no local preference. We have to abide by the procurement rules set out in various trade agreements. So I don't want anybody to leave the meeting thinking that we can cherry pick and just go after local. I mean, there'll be procurement and tendering and all that, and rules have to be followed. Again, I'm not an expert in this. Maybe our legal counsel can have something else to say, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that there is no cherry picking here. This will be to a full public tendering and RFP process.
I believe that is why I would like to go to the design team, so when they are making their design that they pick local materials. That process was actually used for the stadium. It was in the specifications to use local materials, and that is an example of a project where it did look to use in the specifications to use local things where it could. So okay. Overall, I am very supportive of this going ahead. I understand that this is a very tough decision for us to make, and we're in just one of those economy moments where things keep escalating in costs, and we're doing our best. I am very supportive of recommendation number 1. I think that if we were to move forward with any of the other recommendations, we would be getting be paying the same price and getting less due to delays and redesign costs, and that's just not an efficient way to spend money. It is much better to move ahead with what we have and not spend money on redesign or delays, and just get it's just better this way, and I'm out of time, so I have to cut myself off, so. Then Councillor Flores gets to close debate. On the main motion as amended. Did we make it here? Any further questions? Okay. Councillor Flores is going to close debate.
Thank you. Through the chair, this was a great discussion. I think there was a lot of really good input and a lot of concerns that were brought forward, many of which were answered. And it was a really great report that was presented to us, and it showed us a few paths, but I believe option 1 gives us a facility with a 20-year horizon that meets the needs of every user in our community, from families to high-performing athletes, and allows us to potentially have a lot more events and more people come into our community. I think that's really important. A lot of us have talked about the importance of growing our economy, and while a pool in itself is not going to do it by itself, it is a great contributor. And outside of just hosting the events, we've heard about the wait list for swim lessons, and knowing that drownings are a very big concern in our community. So to me, it's a no-brainer to support this. Unfortunately, we have seen this increase, but we have received really good information about how to manage that, and the recommendation presented by administration seems to me like it was done very thoughtfully, and I support it, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well.
Okay, so we are going to be voting on number 3 separately. Can anyone speak on that one? Okay. We are done speaking, so we will vote on number 3 separately. And we'll go to the clerk to call the vote. Okay, we are only voting on separate vote number 3. I will just read that out to make sure that we understand what we are voting on. So number 3 was to delegate authority to the city manager or designate to revise project elements if required to maintain project budget while maintaining alignment with project intent. That is being voted on separately.
Voting no means they bring it back. So if we vote no, that means the city manager brings back the information for council to have clarification and have the say. Voting yes means they take control.
Yes, that is correct. So if you vote no, it means that it comes back to city council if there are changes to the scope. And if you vote yes, they have the authority to make those changes without coming to us. And Mayor Baczynski and Councillor Radins, you will have to give your votes verbally.
Sorry, we're voting on the point 3 or point 1 and 2 first?
Point number 3 only.
Point number 3 only.
Okay, for point number 3, in favor.
In favor.
Through you, Chair, the motion is carried 7-4 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillor Burton, Siklis, Flores, Mancinelli, Fro, Radins, and Mayor Baczynski. Those voting against are Councillors Bizo, Rasevich, Zakidniak, and Turnbull.
Okay. Now we'll be voting on all the remaining items as the motion has been amended. So that will include all of our successful amendments. Just how many? Will we pull up the successful amendment?
They're just voting on one.
Okay, we're just voting on,
Which is points 1, 2, 4, and 5.
we're just voting on the motion as written, which is,
1, 2, 4, and 5. And just 1, 2, 4, and 5.
1, 2, 4, and 5. That's what we're doing. And Mayor Baczynski and Councillor Radens, we will need your verbal votes.
In favor.
In favor?
Through you, Chair, the motion is carried 9-1 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Burton, Rasevich, Zakidniak, Siklis, Flores, Mancinelli, Fro, Radens, Mayor Baczynski, and Turnbull. And those voting, the member voting against is Councillor Bezo.
All right, we made it. So now can I have someone move a motion for a private session? Councillor Flores. And I will, we'll do a 10-minute recess. And is there anyone opposed? No? All right.